Thank you so very much to DJ Chin for playing the soothing sounds of the steel pan music. We really do appreciate it. Custos Rotolorum of St. Andrew, the Honorable Ian Forbes, Minister of Justice, the Honorable Delroy Chuck, our gracious host for today's conference. Colonel Murphy Price, Chairman of the Kingston JP Association, representing Custos Rotolorum Stedman Fuller, the Custos Rotolorum of Kingston. We acknowledge Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Justice, Mrs. Grace Ann Stewart McFarlane, who is on her way. She sent her apologies. However, she is unavoidably detained in a meeting, but she's going to join us later on. We welcome representative of UNICEF, Alyssa Allen, who is here representing Ms. Olga Isesa, Officer in Charge, UNDP, Mrs. Raquel Ellis, Principal Director, Social Justice Division, Ministry of Justice, Ms. Jamie Ann Chevans, other directors and members of staff from the Ministry of Justice, our esteemed keynote speaker, social anthropologist, Dr. Herbert Gale, to our expert panelists, our moderator, Dr. Nadia Figaro, other specially invited guests. I see students from high school as well as tertiary institutions, members of the media, and to our sign language interpreters, Tony Aiken, who is on the stage and who will be rotating with Michaela Cohen. Good morning. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome you all to the Ministry of Justice's inaugural Social Justice Conference in commemoration of the UN's World Day of Social Justice. Tony, perhaps we're going to put some things into perspective, shall we? We are here because we believe in the importance of a more inclusive, equitable, and just society. We are here because we believe that access to opportunities, health, wealth, education, jobs are something that should be distributed equally in terms of we should not have the all who haves, the haves who haves, and then we have this huge gap with the people who have not. We are here because we believe in understanding the factors that are infringing on people's political, social, and economic rights. And then after understanding what those factors are, asking ourselves what are the actions and strategies to minimize and hopefully eliminate those factors. We are here because we believe in restorative justice. We're here because we believe in eliminating social stigma. We are here because we believe in the importance of community training and building. We are here because we believe in the improvement of justice practices. We are here because we believe that we're all advocates for people who have disabilities but have a heart and a willingness to do the work if only they had access. With that being said, welcome to the ministry. We're not done yet. We're not done yet. With that being said, welcome to the Ministry of Justice's inaugural Social Justice Conference in commemoration of the UN's World Day of Social Justice. Thank you. It is something we are supposed to be excited about. Because when our athletes are on the track and they're on the international scene, we have a pot cover, we whistles, we stop what we're doing, and we make a lot of noise. Yes or no? Yeah? And when we see our artists and our celebrities doing big things regionally and internationally, we beat with chest and we say, are we that, Jamaica that? And whenever we are excited about everything, we make it very loud and we make it very clear. Therefore, when it comes to social justice, I think we need to be even more excited about the society we're creating for ourselves and our children. If you say amen, say amen. Don't want to start preaching. But now that I've gotten that out of the way, our theme, Justice Without Barriers, Empowering Individuals and Communities for a More Inclusive Society, is a reflection of what the Ministry of Justice and by extension the government wants to accomplish, which is no person left behind. Please, before we begin, Now that we have started off understanding why we are here, please stand for the playing of the national anthem. Beautiful anthem in the world. Please remain standing as Mrs. Sharolee Harvey Anderson, Director, Corporate Planning and Evaluation at the MOJ, leads in this prayer.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may sit. Lord, you are sovereign. Lord, you are King of Kings this morning, mighty God, and we give you all the honor, we give you all the praise. This is the day that you have made, and we will rejoice and be glad in it. Mighty God, we put before you this morning this conference, mighty God. We invite your presence. We invite, mighty God, your Holy Spirit, mighty God, to be with us. We ask you, mighty God, to bless each and every one of us, mighty God, individually and collectively. We thank you, mighty God, that everything that we do today will be done to your glory and to your honor and for your will, mighty God. We invite you, mighty God, in our midst, mighty God. And we thank you, mighty God, for what you're about to do, mighty God. Thank you for this gathering. Thank you, mighty God, for bringing us together, mighty God. We are grateful to you, mighty God, and we do not take anything for granted. And so, mighty God, we commit today's proceedings into your hands. We thank you for your blessings. We thank you, mighty God, that it will be fruitful and it will benefit all, mighty God. In your name, mighty God, cover us again, mighty God. Anything that we fail of asking of you, fail not to grant it unto us. As we give you all the honor and all the praise. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Mrs. Sharolee Harvey Anderson, Director, Corporate Planning and Evaluation at the MOJ, who we can almost call Reverend. God is good all the time. I felt that prayer down to my toes, and I received it in the name of Jesus. At this time, I would love to welcome the Honorable Ian Forbes, Custos Rotolorum of St. Andrew, to bring the official welcome on behalf of Kingston and St. Andrew. Please welcome him.
The Master of Ceremonies, Honorable Delroy Chuck, Minister of Justice, other members of staff from the ministry, justices of the peace, students, other important stakeholders, you all are. A pleasant good morning to you all. It is indeed an honor and a privilege to be here this morning to welcome you all to this very important forum. On behalf of colleague Costa Stedman Fuller, his representative Colonel Price, and myself, I'd just like to say welcome to downtown Kingston. Social justice is not just an aspiration, but a moral and legal obligation that forms the cornerstone of our legal and social frameworks. It is a driving force behind our efforts to eliminate discrimination, reduce inequalities, and ensure that every citizen has access to the opportunities and protections afforded by the law. The Ministry of Justice remains steadfast in its commitment to these principles, working tirelessly to uphold the rule of law, advocate for human rights, and promote access to justice for all. I'd like to thank the Ministry of Justice for planning and executing this very, very important forum. And I implore everyone here present to participate fully in this exercise as we work together in pursuit of ensuring that justice is delivered to our people. Thank you.
I know we can do a much better job than that. Thank you so very much, the Honorable Ian Forbes, welcoming us all to downtown Kingston. Have you seen the waterfront? I believe it's the 7th largest harbor in the world. Big deal things, not just downtown Kingston, but welcome to the waterfront. Thank you so very much for that, letting us know, reminding us, reinforcing that social justice is not a nice to have, but it is a must have. So to officially welcome us to today's conference, I now invite Ms. Jamie Ann Shevans, Principal Director of the Social Justice Division. Please give her a warm round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. I will adopt the already established protocols in the interest of time. How are we this morning? Okay, great. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today as we observe the United Nations World Day of Social Justice. This year's theme, Justice Without Barriers, empowering individuals and communities for a more inclusive society, challenges us to confront the barriers that keep too many individuals and communities from experiencing justice and equity. True justice is not just the absence of unfairness. It is the presence of opportunity for all to thrive, no matter their background or circumstances. At the Ministry of Justice, Social Justice's Division, we are deeply committed to building a Jamaica where justice is truly accessible to everyone. Through initiatives like Child Diversion, Victim Services, and Restorative Justice, we are working tirelessly to ensure that no one is left behind. These programs are designed to remove the barriers that prevent our most vulnerable citizens from accessing justice, ensuring they receive the support they need to heal, grow, and rebuild their lives. As we reflect on today's theme, I'm reminded of a biblical story. So we're going to church, right? Of the Good Samaritan. In this parable, a man is left wounded by the side of the road. Oh, I'm so sorry. A man is left wounded at the side of the road, ignored by those who would have helped him or should have helped him. Yet it is a Samaritan, an outsider, who stops to take care of him, offering compassion and inclusion. This story reminds us that social justice is not just about policies or programs. It is about how we treat one another. It is about reaching out to those who have been excluded and ensuring that they are seen, heard, and valued. It is about breaking down the barriers that prevent others from experiencing dignity and care. I am also reminded, I said we were going to church, right? Yes. Of another biblical story, Ruth and Naomi. Ruth is a foreigner in a land not of her own. And Naomi chose to stand by her mother-in-law during a great time of hardship. Ruth's famous words, "Where you go, I will go. And where you stay, I will stay. Your people will be my people, and your God, my God." It exemplifies the power of inclusion, solidarity, and the removing of barriers. Ruth's actions remind us that social justice is not just about in relationships based on mutual support, compassion, and understanding. As the Ministry of Justice, Social Justice Division, our work is rooted in these principles of inclusion and advocacy. Child diversion, victim services, restorative justice are designed to break down the barriers that prevent individuals from accessing justice. These programs are not just initiatives, they are lifelines, ensuring that those who have been included or harmed by systematic inequalities can heal and rebuild their lives. Again, this year's theme, Justice Without Barriers, compels us to address the systemic issues that perpetuate exclusion and inequality in Jamaica. Crime and violence are often the result of deep-seated social and economic barriers. When individuals feel shut out due to poverty, lack of education, or discrimination, we can break these cycles and create a society where every Jamaican can thrive. So, as I close, let us remember that when justice is done, it brings joy. So, justice is not merely a duty, but a source of joy for those who seek it. It uplifts communities, brings healing, reconciliation, and hope, and transforms lives by tearing down the barriers of inequality and exclusion. Building a society without barriers is not the sole responsibility of the Ministry of Justice. It is a collective effort that requires each one of us to play a role. Together we can bridge the gaps that divide us and ensure that every individual, no matter their circumstances, can live with dignity and opportunity. Thank you all, and a warm welcome for joining us today. I do hope that the conversations will be fruitful and engaging. Thank you very much.
Such a beautiful address, and we don't mind that you take us to church, right? We don't mind it at all. It's interesting that she mentioned victim support, and she mentioned the different kinds of justices and just the community. And just to kind of bring it all together, there was a young lady who I met a couple years ago, and there isn't anything that she did not experience, if you know what I mean. If you can think of any circumstance or situation, it was done to her. And she literally was going to become a statistic. She had attempted suicide many, many times. And what happened is that it took a bunch of us as strangers recognizing what was going on with her, removing her from her home, giving her access to therapy, giving her access to education, giving her access to health, giving her access to so many things. And now I'm so happy to report that she's studying to become a nurse, and she's doing very, very well, getting her A's. And the reason why I share that is because behind Ms. Chevon's address, it is important for me to reinforce and remind us that the whole idea of "it's not my problem" cannot be a part of our vocabulary or how we live. Because if people are there who are being oppressed or treated unfairly, I promise you, the effects are going to come right to your doorstep. And so we cannot be individualistic about this, but rather inclusive. So thank you so very much, Ms. Chevons, for that lovely, lovely welcome to the Social Justice Conference. Give her another round of applause. So we are honored to have distinguished representatives from our long-standing international partners who continue to support the mission of the ministry to deliver quality justice services without barriers. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Alison Allen, who will bring greetings on behalf of Ms. Olga Isesa, representative of UNICEF. Please welcome her.
Moderator, Dr. Terry Carroll Johnson, Custos Rotalorum of St. Andrew, Honorable Ian Forbes, Minister of Justice, Honorable Delroy Chuck, Mr. Murphy Price, Chairman of the Kingston JP Association, representing Custos Rotalorum of Kingston, Honorable Stedman Fuller, Officer in Charge, UNDP, Mrs. Raquel Ellis, Principal Director, Social Justice, at the Social Justice Division at the Ministry of Justice, Ms. Jamian Chavans, other directors and members of staff of the Ministry of Justice, social anthropologist and keynote speaker, Dr. Herbert Gale, Dr. Nadia Figueroa, moderator of our panel for today, other specially invited guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, students, good morning. I believe I covered everybody. It is my honor to extend greetings from UNICEF Jamaica and our representative Olga Isaza. Unfortunately, Ms. Isaza is unable to attend today as she was called away at another important meeting. I'm pleased to represent her today. As we gather to observe World Day of Social Justice against the background of your aspirational theme, Justice Without Barriers, empowering individuals and communities for a more inclusive society, I want you to know that this resonates deeply with UNICEF's mission, particularly as we work to ensure that children have access to fair, equitable, and child-sensitive justice systems. I'm sure you will agree with me that justice is a fundamental right for all citizens. But sadly, and still for many children, the justice system remains a barrier rather than a pathway. Jamaica has made significant strides in ensuring a child-sensitive approach to justice, and the Child Diversion Act of 2018 stands as a testament to that commitment. The principles underlying the Act align closely with international standards, including the Convention on the Rights of the Child and the emerging general consensus, allowing them to receive rehabilitation, mentorship, and psychosocial support rather than facing the long-term consequences of criminalization. The evidence is clear. When given the right support, children in conflict with the law can be redirected toward positive, productive lives. The legislation recognizes this, ensuring that rehabilitation and restorative justice takes precedence over punishment. This is an approach that is rooted in the best interest of children, reinforcing their right to grow, learn, and contribute to their communities. UNICEF has witnessed the transforming power of the diversion program and applauds the ministry and the team for your investment in the lives of the children who have been given a second chance. However, it is true that for some children who come in conflict with the law, their reality is often one in which they face stigma, exclusion, and lost opportunities. It is our collective responsibility to change that reality, to ensure more children have access to justice that is not punitive, but rehabilitative, and not a tool of exclusion, but a means of reintegration. While the legal framework is strong, there remain significant challenges in fully realizing the promise of child diversion in Jamaica. Many children and families lack awareness of their rights and availability of diversion programs. Disparities exist in how child diversion is applied, with inconsistencies in access and implementation across communities. Children with disabilities, as well as those from rural areas and those in state care, face additional barriers to participating in diversion programs. For child diversion to fulfill its potential, these gaps must be addressed. Justice must be truly accessible, meaning that regardless of their background, every child can benefit from the protections enshrined in the law. A justice system does not merely punish wrongdoing. It prevents harm, restores dignity, and offers second chances. This is the essence of child diversion, and that is the commitment we must uphold. As we reflect on today's theme, justice without barriers, let us be clear. Justice must empower rather than diminish, and it must recognize the unique vulnerabilities of children who come in conflict with the law. Moving forward, there are 3 critical areas that require continued focus. Enhancing public awareness and education so that children and their families understand their rights and the available pathways to justice. Strengthening collaboration among the justice sector, child protection agencies, and social services to create a seamless system of support for children in conflict with the law. And expanding rehabilitation programs that provide real opportunities for education, vocational training, and psychosocial support, ensuring that children have the tools to break cycles of disadvantage. On this World Day of Social Justice, let us renew our commitment to ensuring that justice serves all children, not just those with access or privilege. The measures of a society's justice system is not in how it treats its most powerful, but in how it supports its most vulnerable. Jamaica has the framework in place. Now the focus must be on strengthening implementation, expanding access, and ensuring that child diversion is not just a policy, but a lived reality for every child who needs it. UNICEF remains committed to working alongside the government, civil society, and partners in making this vision a reality. Together, let's create a justice system that restores, heals, and empowers, one that truly serves the children of Jamaica. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And in case you're wondering, I mean, she delivered with such passion and such compassion. Alyssa Allen, a child protective officer, and she mentions that justice shouldn't just punish, and that's not only why it's there, but it is also to prevent harm and to restore dignity. It is to empower rather than diminish. I thought those were really powerful words coming from her address. So we move from Miss Alyssa Allen, who just brought her greetings on behalf of Olga Isasa, representative of UNICEF, and we continue and we welcome Mrs. Raquel Ellis, officer in charge at the UNDP, to bring greetings on behalf of the institution. Please make her welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Terry Carrell Johnson. Always a pleasure to hear and see you in action. You remain a fabulous host, my Jamaican girl, and a representative of the Jamaican people. Honorable Ian Forbes, Custos Rotolorum of St. Andrew, Honorable Delroy Chuck, Minister of Justice, Mr. Murphy Price, Chairman of the Kingston JP Association, representing Custos Rotolorum of Kingston, Honorable Stedman Fuller, Mrs. Grayson Stewart McFarlane, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Justice, Ms. Alyssa You have to help me. Thank you. Alyssa Allen, UNICEF representative. Ms. Jamie Ann Shevans, Principal Director, Social Justice Division, Ministry of Justice. Other directors and members of staff from the Ministry of Justice. Dr. Herbert Gale, social anthropologist and our keynote speaker today. Dr. Nadia Figueroa, moderator for today's panel discussions. Other specially invited guests, members of the media, students, Tonian and Mikkel, good morning. I am delighted to bring greetings on behalf of the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, resident representative Kishan Kode, and the rest of the UNDP family. Please accept his commendations to you for convening this social justice conference to advance our shared vision for a justice system without barriers, accessible to all, including vulnerable populations such as women, children, rural communities, and persons with disabilities. The deliberations of academics, thought leaders, policymakers, and practitioners will contribute evidence-based trends, solutions, and perspectives to ongoing social justice interventions. Our efforts to highlight, promote, and create effective social justice systems are critical to achieving sustainable peace and harmony. Social justice is one of the key cornerstones of the UN system, established on the principles of equity, access, participation, and rights, and is essential to peaceful and prosperous coexistence within and among nations. There can be no peace nor harmony without justice, and justice fails to live up to its promise to bring peace and harmony to all if it's not inclusive. It is most fitting then for a day to be reserved for the recognition of world social justice, to continue the conversations about efforts to dismantle the roadblocks that hinder full and equitable access to justice services. By focusing today on justice without barriers, empowering individuals and communities for a more inclusive society, within the global context of empowering inclusion, bridging gaps for social justice, we are demonstrating our commitment to an inclusive justice system that serves all, regardless of age, location, gender, and income. The UNDP reaffirms its commitment to ongoing reforms for a world-class, inclusive, and gender-responsive justice system through its partnership with the Ministry of Justice under the Social Justice Project financed by the Government of Canada. As we gather here today in our different capacities and roles, know that our presence reflects our personal and collective commitment to foster and sustain harmony and peace by being just, promoting justice, and advancing just systems within our homes, our schools, our communities, and places of employment. In so doing, not only do we come closer to achieving the UN Sustainable Development Goal number 16, to create just, peaceful, and inclusive societies, but also, and more significantly, we would have attained our Vision 2030 goal of creating a Jamaican society that is cohesive, secure, and just, that with our other two primary goals would result in Jamaica becoming the place of choice to live, work, raise families, and do business. As I wrap up, I invite you to join me in restating our commitment to justice, our national pledge. This was engraved on our hearts from we entered primary school. Please join me. Before God and all mankind, I pledge the love and loyalty of my heart, the wisdom and courage of my mind, the strength and vigor of my body in the service of my fellow citizens. I promise to stand up for justice, brotherhood, and peace, to work diligently and creatively, to think generously and honestly, so that Jamaica may, under God, increase in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity, and play her part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race. Thank you. Have a successful day.
Thank you so very much. How many of us have not said the national pledge since prep and primary school? Oh, since high school, that's right. So everybody else, did you remember the national pledge? You know what? Don't tell us. I saw some of us saying it very clearly. There was clarity, and then I saw when people, it's okay. We need to brush up. I think we probably need to bring it back into the workspaces so that we can be reminded of what the pledge tells us to do, not just as Jamaicans, but as West Indians and as global citizens, yes? Thank you so very much for your very kind words at the beginning of your address, Mrs. Ellis. And she says, there will be no peace and no harmony without justice. And justice will not be effective unless it is inclusive, unless it dismantles barriers, it has partnerships, and it is sustainable. And thank you for reminding us about the beauty and the power behind the words of our national pledge. Now it is my great honor to welcome a leader who is deeply committed to building a nation where all Jamaicans have access to first-class justice services and infrastructure. His passion and his dedication have been evident in his tireless efforts to strengthen our legal system and promote the ministry's offering of services in every nook and cranny of the island. Please join me in welcoming the Honorable Delroy Chuck, our Minister of Justice, to share his remarks. Please make him welcome.
Good, thank you very much, Dr. Kerry and Johnson. Always a pleasure to participate when you're hosting. You make me feel good. Custos Ratalorum of St. Andrew, Ian Forbes, representing Custos Edmund Fuller, Colonel Price. Glad that you both are here. Both custodies are in the two parishes, represent over 4,000 justices of the peace, all of whom we're hoping will be messengers and supporters of the social justice program. I want to welcome Dr. Herbert Gale, who, when he's not on the radio, he's promoting education across Jamaica. And I'm very happy that you took the opportunity to be with us, Dr. Gale. The Principal Director of the Social Justice Program, Ms. Jamie Ann Chivans, she's working tirelessly. When I see her every now and then in the office, she says, I'm overwhelmed. I say, you need to do more because our program needs to get out there. I'd also like to thank the UNICEF, represented here by Ms. Alice Allen, and also UNDP, represented by Mrs. Raquel Ellis. Both UNICEF and UNDP kind of convey to your board of principal directors how thankful we are at the Ministry of Justice for the partnership, and to let you know any more effort and resources you can provide us with, we'll be happy to have. Also like to welcome, Ms. Diane Watson, who is the head of our Legal Aid Council, principal in Legal Aid Council, providing legal services to those who need it. And I'll say a little bit more later on. And also to the directors of victim services, restorative justice, child diversion, and all the other programs we have at the Ministry of Justice. let me say it is really an honor to be a part of this Social Justice Day. And if I might, I hope all of you got one of these little booklets. But if I just read briefly a part of what I said, Social Justice Day, which is today being celebrated across the world, provides an opportunity for reflection on the progress made and the challenges that remain in building a more just and social equal society. Across the globe, nations, institutions, and communities are engaged in critical discussions and initiatives aimed at addressing social disparities, economic injustices, and systematic inequalities. It is through collective action and unwavering commitment that we can achieve the vision of a fairer and more inclusive world. So Dr. Nadia Figueroa, my good friend of many years, used to see her in Oxford when I visit her. She studied at Oxford, and when I visit every now and then, that's where I met her first. You have a task in the various moderating the different groups to see how much more we can achieve, in terms of social justice, getting the information out and getting people to utilize the service. May I say that I really feel proud but also frustrated when I deal with, the programs under the social justice initiatives. I can say that we're doing well in getting the information out and for people to use it, but we're not doing enough. I mean this because we have programs in the Ministry of Justice which are successful, useful, beneficial. But for one reason or another, people don't know about them, firstly, and secondly, they're not utilizing them. So we have so many instances of abuse, conflicts, criminality. And if people were just aware of the services being provided by the Ministry of Justice and utilizing them, so many of the abuses, retaliation, reprisal could be avoided. If people get into an argument, social interaction, and one injure the other, verbally or physically, and instead of going to a gunman or to family and friends to beat up the other, if they could just go to a restorative justice center and see how their conflict, their arguments could be resolved, we would have such a more peaceful and harmonious society. So we at the Ministry of Justice, we have embarked on almost a monthly program, sometimes twice per month, to go into the parishes, to go into the communities, to engage the schools, the churches, civil society, to know more about social justice programs that we are providing, and urge community members and institutions to utilize these services, which are not only successful but beneficial. So after some pause, then the courts did not know about them. The courts are now utilizing not only restorative justice, victim services, child diversion, and also mediation. So when I asked the Chief Justice, please get disputants, people in conflict, refer them to restorative justice or to mediation. Well, mediation, they had to pay. And restorative justice was not well known. The Ministry of Justice pay restorative justice facilitators. The Chief Justice said, but you refer the people to mediation. The people can't even afford bus fare, but they are to pay for mediation. So I thought, I could not believe, the challenges. Well, I know the challenges, but what could the Ministry of Justice do? So a couple of years ago, we started out by any persons coming to court, the parties if they're prepared to go to mediation and they can't afford it, the Ministry of Justice pays it. So we started out at 10,000, 5,000 each side. Those who can afford it can pay. Those who can't, we pay for them. We have now increased it to 20,000. So the parties in a dispute going to court, if they're willing to go to mediation before the court makes a final decision, then we pay for each side 10,000. Now that has taken off in the past year. So in the beginning, very few people were taking up mediation. But now in the court system, the backlog is being reduced very quickly because mediation and restorative justice, we also pay 20,000. And so that the parties can restore their relationship many times. Because they just don't depend on the judge to make a decision. They actually interact and come to a decision, which in 80-90% of the cases, they go back to the judge and say, we have agreed, judge. And therefore the judge just give a consent order. And that has assisted in resolving disputes in the courts. But we need to see more of that within communities. In other words, we would want where the church, schools, police officers see disputants, neighbors, or families in conflict, that they can be referred to restorative justice, victim services, or to mediation. And that can ease the burden on the court to have to deal with each case if they can be dealt with in the communities. And that is why we have 22 restorative justice centers across Jamaica. And we have trained in excess of 300 RJ facilitators who can assist parties in conflict. We have trained mentors, and we want to train more mentors for child diversion. So custodies, you know, I've been asking custodies to recommend to JPs to become mentors, especially for young children who get into conflict with the law or fighting in schools. So to the extent that we had a child diversion officer in every parish, and the courts were referring children who were fighting, who were showing wayward behavior or engaged in some unlawful conduct, and are referred to child diversion. It has been a successful program. So what has happened now is that because the demand and the referrals are so many, we have had to increase in every parish a second child diversion officer. So that before long, UNDP and UNICEF, we might need to sponsor some more child diversion officers in these parishes. But to be frank, we have been able to afford the Ministry of Justice right across the parishes to provide these social justice programs. I mentioned a bit of my frustration because a couple of areas that I would really like to see promoted some more is, the community mediation, where matters can be dealt with within the communities. And this is why we have now teamed up with Operation STAR. Keith Duncan and myself recently, we had signed a memorandum of understanding where in communities, the conflicts within these communities, the abuses in the homes can be referred to one of these social justice services. So what I'm really emphasizing is that across Jamaica, the courts should be the last resort to resolve dispute. We have far too many disputes in the homes, in the neighborhoods, that remain unresolved, and parties just cut their eyes at one another every day. The services are available for you to call a restorative justice facilitator or go to victim services and not only get information, but get advice as to how you can heal the disharmony, the problems you've had, the broken relationship, because we feel that people should learn to live with one another. And it is always the case that they do get into conflict. They do have disagreement. But there must be appropriate and amicable, harmonious ways to bring back broken relationships and restore peace and harmony between one another. And you know, the worst place that happens is in the home. Children, husband and wife, spouses, always fighting. And they don't know how to resolve their dispute. They go counseling, but I say to people, we can assist. Read up some more about restorative justice. The beaten spouse, go to victim services and see how it can be of assistance. As I said, a couple of areas, we know that in persons across Jamaica feel that they must take the law into their own hands. We now provide buses, 3 buses, to go across communities. Any community that needs a bus with a lawyer, once they book a bus, we will send a bus to the community, to a fair, to a school, any farming community. Once you book the bus, and we send a bus there to get free legal advice. So I can say, ladies and gentlemen, everyone, our justice system is now in the best place possible to help the people of Jamaica. But we can't force people to seek help. They must come and get help. We can say the services are available. And I know they're successful. All our services are restorative justice. From the courts, over 90%. On average, restorative justice matters over 80% success. Now, with success rate like that, we need to make sure that Jamaicans utilize these services. One area that I'm now struggling with is we talk about children getting a second chance. But you know, there are many Jamaicans who have come into conflict with the law. They have been convicted. Some of them got non-custodial sentences. Some of them got sentences. And we have thousands of people now applying for expungement. It's a challenge. The law now restricts the number of persons who can get their criminal records expunged. And I must be frank with you, I read many of these cases that have been turned down. People who have engaged in really serious crimes. People 30, 40 years ago who were found with a gun, or who in fact used a gun. But now, 20, 30 years' time, a couple of pastors have written me appealing. Many of them are strong church members. Many of them are married. Families and children live abroad, but they can't travel because they have criminal records. I struggle regularly with the expungement board because there are only a limited class of persons who can get expungement. There's no doubt that we need to give many of these persons who have shown that they no longer have a criminal propensity, because at 15 or 20 years, they have lived a straight life. But many of them can't get work or can't be promoted because of previous convictions. So I've been struggling for quite a few years as to how much we should expand the expungement program. And it is something which I'm hoping shortly to take back to Cabinet and to Parliament as to how we can give convicted criminals who have put crime behind them a second chance. This indeed is a part of social justice, because in truth, many of them have gone straight. They're begging for a second chance, and they come, and the law now does not allow them the second chance, but we are hoping in due course that they will be able to get a second chance. I want to thank all of you for being here today. The panel discussions, I think, will be very interesting. We will be looking at all some of the programs being offered. we ask that you give your support and also whatever ideas you have that can promote the programs. And please enjoy today, Social Justice Day.
I know you can do a much better job than that, ladies and gentlemen. When you heard about all of the things that have been implemented, the strategies, the different implementations, I sense the minister's frustration, and I'm going to tell you why. Bad news travels faster than good news. And a lot of the times what happens is that there is a stark difference between perception and reality. A lot of the times you implement strategies, you get buses, you mobilize, you have trainers, facilitators, you have workshops, a whole heap of things going on. But it takes one social media post. It takes one person who does not give you clarity or context about a conflict. It takes one person saying, "Me want justice." And bad news travels so much faster than the good news. And it means that what happens is that we have to now amplify the voices of the good actors. We have to be as aggressive, as fast, as on time, real time, top tier as the bad actors, because they're using digital media at a much faster pace, and it is traveling and it is viral. So it makes it look as if nothing going on, that all officers are just terrible, that none of them care about our victims, when that is not the truth. You might have one or two cases, but now the perception has taken over what reality really is. And then there's the cultural perception that, boy, we can't talk to no police now because I don't want the neighbors think, say, me this and me that, and I'm a fast, I'm going to mind my business. And so we have a socio-cultural thing that is really happening. And so we have a lot of dismantling to do. If we have panelists, just before we dive into our keynote speaker, if there are any panelists who are in the room, we are asking if you could kindly come and sit to my left, just so that we can ensure that you are all here for these riveting panel discussions. It is now time for our keynote address. Turn to the person to your right and say keynote. Turn to the person to your right and say keynote. Turn to the person to your left and say embed. Today we are privileged to hear from one of Jamaica's and the region's, and if not the world's most respected social anthropologists. And for those of you who've never heard this man, just give me 3 minutes. Herbert Samuel Gale, doctor. First of all, with a name like Herbert Samuel Gale, the man have to be a scholar, have to be accomplished, have to be a pioneer, have to be a trailblazer. He's a senior lecturer at the University of the West Indies, Mona, Jamaica, and serves as the head of the Department of Sociology, Psychology, and Social Work from August 2022. Say educator. He is trained as a social anthropologist who specializes in social violence, gangs, murder, suicide, repeat killers, and domestic violence. In fact, while he has been doing research, he's been shot at. Gunman, gangster, pull gun on him. I even read somewhere that he was told to kiss the pavement. Say him brave. He has 30 years of experience living with and studying youth gangs and transnational criminal organizations in 17 countries in the Caribbean, Central, North, and South America, Western and Eastern Europe, and Southern Asia. Say practitioner. He has impacted policies in 3 Caribbean states to reduce social violence, worked with 6 international law firms to reduce deportation of violent actors to Jamaica, Belize, and Trinidad, and has helped, are going at a good pace? All right. To guide international development partners and foreign governments to focus aid on the poorest and the most vulnerable people. Say policymaker. Because he is so credible, international news media, when they need stats, facts, research, data, they go to the most credible, and that would happen to be Dr. Herbert Gale. Say credible. He has done thousands of public lectures, motivational presentations, workshops, seminars in over 50 countries, and as an advocate of gender partnership, he has been keynote speaker at 18 International Women's Day events where he has stressed the need for women to enter politics, to provide expertise in an area that is diverse. And he has even helped and been a political strategist for 8 women, 6 of whom have successfully entered government in 3 countries. Say coach. And then he is the mentor, chairman of the Fathers Incorporated Children First Agency and the National Council on Education, and sits on various commissions, task force, advisory councils aimed in national and regional development. Ladies and gentlemen, with years of research in crime, violence, and social inequity, Dr. Gale will challenge our thinking and inspire action. Kindly put your hands together for our keynote speaker, Dr. Herbert Gale.
It is still morning, so let me say good morning to everyone. And let me seek permission to accept the protocol that has long been established because we have a lot of work to talk about and to work through. Social justice. The people who work in social justice are among the people I empathize with because it is close to an impossible task when you try to understand the human species. I know for sure that many people will hear me speak to them and they make guesses as to whether or not what I'm saying can be true. And I remember once I heard someone said, "Nah man, the maga man, nah man, can't, we must say can't go so." And you know what's fascinating? There is a word that people use when they can't fathom what you're saying and when it counters the very narrow binary frames they have in their heads. They say controversial. Hilarious word. I remember doing a presentation and some of my students had a way of doing a protest. They wore a shirt that says, "Science doesn't care about your sentience." I've lived my life as a scientist, even as a child. I remember at age 10, my father made a decision which I did not like, and I sat him down. And I said to him, "What you did was very stupid." And then I ran behind my mother. You have to know how to do it, right? Violence is a byproduct of social ills, one of which is, of course, injustice. And you can look at the homicide rate of a country and know exactly the frame of inequality in that country. So I want to take you a little bit to El Salvador and show you a few things. And you will notice that I did not ask you how many of you like Bukele. I did not, because I know some of you do endorse what he's doing. And that actually hurts very deeply. And I'm going to tell you that, and I tell you from now, that I will have to challenge some of the things that you have in your heads and in your hearts. When we look at social inclusions, we're always talking about economics and politics and social access. But there are some areas of concern, as you should know by now, and we know them to be equity, we know them to be the right to participate, we need them to do the right to be different. We know all of these things. If you look at the countries in the LAC, you will see some fascinating things. You'll see we start at Honduras, Venezuela, El Salvador, Jamaica. All right, Jamaica and El Salvador always battling for third or fourth, which is most violent in the world. And these are the data since the year 2000 to 2023. But I want you to take 90 seconds to look at what Bukele has done. If you look carefully at El Salvador, you'll see that when Bukele took over 5-6 years ago, the homicide rate had already fallen to 36 per 100,000 from 100 and odd. And what fascinates me is the fact that the homicide rate was already declining absolutely beautifully with long-term promises. And a man came in and promised that you will be safe, all of you. But he did not promise that they will be safe forever. You must always, when somebody promises you something, you must always pay attention to the word sustainability. You must always ask, if somebody buys you a car, how can you sustain it? So, can you move to the diagram of what the prison looks like? Thank you. The next one. Welcome to El Salvador, one of the countries where I work. I want you to stay on this picture for 20 seconds because I want everybody to understand. I want you to look carefully because the people in there have a profile. They are poor. They are males. Look carefully. And if I ask, how do you view Bukele, who has actually reduced the homicide rate on paper to be 2.4 per 100,000, I guarantee that there are people all over the world who accept this man to be the cool dictator. In fact, he jokes about it. But what is the reality in El Salvador? Weak forecast for the economy, thousands of youth missing. And the word sustainability in El Salvador has become an expletive. Because El Salvador now has 3 clearly demarcated groups of people. The ones who are inside, the relatives of the ones inside, and the ones who have enough money not to care. Fascinating thing about El Salvador is that they've been here before. Mano super dura. They've been here before. Did you know 97% of people who go to prison actually come back out? Did you know that no country has succeeded in keeping large numbers of people in prison forever, irrespective of the depth of the dictatorship? And so when I have various fora in the Latina, I say to people, when do you estimate that Bukele will lose his election and these young people will be back on the street? And I remember asking the question to a friend of mine, and she did like this immediately. Because she was one of those who was too rich to have a relative inside there. It is an interesting world we live in. So let me take you to a fascinating world of inequality. Let's go to Jamaica. In the early 80s at a school called the School of Oriental and African Studies, SOAS London, we were asked as a bunch of students to find out the main things that keep young people stable, right? Clear? And what was interesting was food was number one. 117 countries interviewed. We interviewed young people in 117 countries, and everybody said food. I don't want to be hungry. I don't want to be hungry for a protracted period. You know what fascinated me about the boys? They said, I don't want my family to be hungry. Remember, these are the kids that nobody in the world has a policy for. Take your time. Calm down. You don't want to challenge me on this? No country in the world has a straightforward policy for boys. I haven't seen it. The Western Hemisphere has no policy that says, here is the survivability line, here's where we go. We've now moved to GESU, right? Which is gender equality, right? And social integration, right? GESI, right? We still have questions to ask. So we're in an interesting world. Humans have a way of drawing conclusions that suggest that, guess what? We already know what exists. So we have food, sense of security, support system, and opportunity structures. Let's look at Jamaica. And I want to show you the problematic areas of Jamaica. That's your 2 gang hubs. Okay? And you will notice some beautiful X's across 2 parishes. It's because those 2 parishes are gradually being annexed from both sides. And I'll quickly give you a glance at the homicide rate of some areas in Jamaica. I know you think that's population. I bet there's at least one person here who thinks that those homicide rates are actually the population of the parish. No, they're actually the homicide rate of the areas. And let me help you to understand. At the peak of the occupation of the United States in Iraq, the Iraq-US war, the homicide rate or the war-related deaths was 205 per 100,000. There are lots and lots of areas in Jamaica that exceed Iraq at full-scale war by 4 times. Let's go. And let me give you a breakdown now of who died in Jamaica. You see that blue section? It says men age 18 to 89, and then we move to boys, making Jamaica the only country I know where boys come second in terms of dying. Yet we have no clear policy. We have policy for everybody. And I would love to receive a call one day where somebody challenged me. Make my day. Followed by women, followed by males who are old and girls and so forth. And that's your map of Jamaica. That's your graph of Jamaica. Can we move to that? And you tell me if things are getting better. We're seeing some stability now, and I want to say thanks to Dr. Horace Chang. But the point is we've been going in one direction, and that's up. At independence, the homicide rate of Jamaica was 4.2 per 100,000. You saw our average. Yes? And that's the direction we're going, which means we're not really doing things too well, because we're not getting social equity and social inclusion. We're leaving a lot of people behind. You know, every time I go to a CARICOM meeting of any sort and I hear people boast about the fact that my country had the best grades in CSEC, people think something is wrong with me because that doesn't impress me. Do you know what would impress me? 70% of them pass mathematics and 90% pass English. That says participation and inclusion. But oh my goodness, if you had the top girl and the top boy, that's elitism. So something is wrong with me. Because I'm still waiting to see the data that say we have expanded the opportunities of young people. Yes? Let's move to the next slide. Thank you. All the studies we've done have been narrowed down to young people in 5 risk levels. At the top of that is shotters or repeat killers. They make up 1 of 20 young people in our studies. Then high, meaning they've killed some once, and they are members of gangs. And then medium, they are exposed to high amount, and they've stabbed or shot somebody, but the person haven't died. And then low and shielded. And by shielded, we mean people who grew up like me, where even a gang member will take me across the road and say, go on to school, youth, you're bright, you're going to turn lawyer and come rescue it. Those are the ones we call shielded, all right? You have those people in the harshest communities. But I want to share something with you about food. Let's move to the next one. And I want you to look at who is really hungry for a protracted period of time. Do you see a relationship between the risk levels and food? Huh? Do you want me to help you with Bounty Killer's song about if I'm hungry again? Will that help you? Shotters, you can see that? Shotters are 5 times more likely to suffer from protracted hunger than the shielded boys. Are you seeing that? I remember speaking with, and if you look carefully, move to the next one, you'll see the breakdown of young men carrying their families. Look at the ones who are carrying their families. Shotters. And people are having conversations with me about the uninvolvement of the family in violence is just the one who is caught. Whose food are you eating? Take your time. Take your time. I know it's a struggle. Take your time. I'll give you a hug if you're struggling. Let's move to the next slide. I want you to look at some parishes. Manchester, Urban St. Catherine, St. James. You'll see something quite interesting. Yeah? Again, that's the crisis. Food. Move on. Let me take you through some of these data. You'll see that males carry 3 times more patriarchal burden. Nothing is more fascinating than listening to my female colleagues speak about patriarchy, but they speak about patriarchy as a right side. Patriarchy has a right side and a left side. The right side is called hegemonic masculinity, right? Dominance and control of everything that moves. But on the left side is called beneficial masculinity that nobody speaks about, is it? Protect, provide, right? 84 cents out of every dollar spent on education comes from a man's pocket. Nobody wants to talk about these things, right? Equality or advantage. What are we discussing? What do we want to talk about? Fairness or schadenfreude? What do we want to talk about? And that's precisely why some people rarely say controversial, because all we want to talk about today is hegemonic masculinity. But patriarchy does not provide a space for poor men. It sets a standard that they cannot reach without crime. And that is why I've never supported patriarchy, because it rarely supports a set of people who have money. But some people don't want to hear that. They genuinely think that people get up in the morning and goes, oh, I support patriarchy, and they have a placard inside their heart because it's not popular to hold it up. Doesn't work like that. Let me take you to a study very quickly. ACEs, do you know what that means? WHO and the old people like myself just say torture, right? But I love the people who can make things sexy. It's ACEs. Adverse childhood experiences, ACEs. It's almost like a card that you go, what do you have? Diamond? No. Kings? No. ACEs. 54% of our students suffer from ACEs. 13% of our children in school. By the way, this is Ministry of Education study. And it's 2022. You're not going to get anything more recent. 13% suffer from extreme ACEs. 17% sexual for girls and 10% for boys. And this is where I have been speaking for a very long time. I dare you pay attention to the 17% and ignore the 10%. I dare you. But that's what we do every day. That's what we do every day. 68% of boys' first sex is under the age of 16. 14% of our girls under the age of 16. Can you see the gap? And here 10% for technical schools and 10% for the schools that come under Rose. Let's move to the next slide. I want to now show you the child survivability gap in Jamaica that nobody wants to talk about. A suburban dwelling female who attends an all-girls school is 33.15 times more likely to progress than an inner-city boy who attends a tier 4 school. Jesus, man. Talk to me. And we still have policies that says these kids are to be excluded. You're on your own with that one because I won't help you pray. It's a waste of time. Next slide, please. It's a waste of my time because God has already spoken. Look very carefully. 0.35% of people who shoot people or have a gun in Jamaica for any gun charge has a first degree. 0.35%. Huh? What is the matter with us? Look carefully at it. The group that says educated, you see it? Oh, by the way, this percent. The people who enter gangs, who are educated, enter as strategists and advisors. Let's move to the next text. Now you understand. Education versus gangs. Look at the tertiary. Look, you've seen how education affects gang membership? You see the ones who can't read and write, you see where they're at? Where's the boss? What am I to do? Press the button. Let's move to the next slide very quickly. Look at what happens. Look at what happens when you have supported males. They don't join gangs. Look at what happens when they're supported. When they're unsupported, they dominate. Look at those of the girls. Look at what happens when they're supported. They just don't. Look at what happens when they're unsupported. They become gun bags, sentinels, sleepers. Oh, you don't know what sleepers mean. I saw 20, quite a number of your eyes open wide. A sleeper is a girl who works with a gang, worked through the opponents by sleeping with them. When the male or the don dumps the testosterone and falls asleep, the henchmen come in. That's a sleeper used in wars. And all of us can pretend, but all of us can stop our daughters and our sisters from becoming sleepers. I find them scary, and I've worked with hundreds of gangs across the world. And I've never seen a sleeper turn out to be anybody that is worth writing home about. That's the end of her life. What's wrong with partnership? I always ask the question. Let's go to the next slide. I want to quickly take you through this matter of why women die in Jamaica. Move to the next slide, thank you. And I want you to understand this issue. The next slide. Quite often, international development partners don't get it. We don't get it. Nobody seems to get it. 64% of the women who die in Jamaica die because men are having wars with themselves. How on earth, January 7, 2017, I said, the idea of a day called Violence Against Women does not make sense in the context of a country like Jamaica, where nearly 2/3 of the people of the women are dying because men are having war. Wouldn't it be more efficient to address violence overall? And people twisted it in every way they could, yes, to find a way to say, that's not what we need to do. And somebody said to me, Herbs, I want to focus on our women. And I said to her, sit down. I'll tell you a story. I was 5 years old, and my father was moving from Savlamar to Mearnsville to go do some farming. And I saw him take a pair of scissors and cut the wings on all the pigeons and left them on the ground with feed. And they kept on spinning round and round and round and round and round and round. And I started crying as a child. I said, Dad, you're wicked. And he goes, why? I can't leave them in the cage. They'll die. At least they'll get food. And today I know that our country is worse than that, because we have women 228% educated of men, but these women have 63 cents to a man's dollar. So the women have MAs but no MAN, and the men have dollars but no cents. What on earth are you doing? Why did we cut off the wings so we keep spinning around? Where is the harmony and the movement and the progress as we talk about social equity? Because I guarantee you I know where the men get the money from. Non-educational path, including scamming. Let's go. I want to borrow a couple minutes to take you to something. Let's go. Go on, please. The binary crisis in Jamaica. Yes, we have a binary crisis. And the more religious you are, is the more binary you are. Isn't that interesting? The more religious you are, is the more binary you are. Go on, please, because I want to take you to some data very quickly. You can go on. Hold on. Because we're all concerned about sex and gender and all of these things. And sometimes when you say it, I ask, did you mean gender or gender? Make up your mind. Because guess what? Your sex is biological, but your gender is your reaction or response, neuropsychological response to that biological fact. Move on for me, please. And I'll tell you something that's really, really happening. We have major contentions. But as I close, I'll tell you about a call I received on radio one day. And I want this call to stay with you. A human being called me one day when I was on radio at another station, not Power 106 where I am now. And this is the call. This is my best imitation. Yo, morning, Dr. Gill. And I said, my brother, it is afternoon. And he goes, boy, I can't tell if I'm brother or sister, you know. I said, did God make you? Yeah, man. God make me, man. But right now I'm menstruating. we have a place for such human beings? I am serious. Do we have a space for human beings, or a space for the people we decide should live? Do we have a space for them? I had this man live on radio. I said, what are your advantages? I can sing, I can dance, I can do, and he took 5 minutes to tell me all the advantages that God endowed him with. I said, do you identify as a man or a woman? He says, mostly man, mostly. If you look through, you will see that there are various positions across the world. The human species, and this is a neurobiological fact, the human species has 1.78% of human beings that are neither male nor female, including the man who called my program. What do we do with them? So there are some contentions. 80 to 90% of people will have no problem at all. 85 to 90% of people will have no problem at all with matching their gender to their sex. But what do we do with the other 15 that continuously say to you, this is not how I want to be treated? It is fluid, and it becomes problematic. Let's go to the next slide. Yep. In 1905, Nettie Stevens, a Stanford graduate, discovered the male X and Y chromosomes. Yes? In 1956, of course, we know what happened. We confirmed that we have 46 chromosomes. Let's move. We know now that people can have Klinefelters, Jacobs, Swars. Let's go. And they can have an androgen overload. We know all these things, right? What do we do with these people? Next text, please. Why are we so fascinated with pendulums? Let's go to Brazil. We have right, then Bolsonaro, then left, Silva, right? Let's go to the United States. Same thing. Left? Hell no. Let's go right to Trump. Right over there. And I swear, it looks like boot camp. Left, right. Nobody. Every time I sit down with people and I say to them, where is the science on the common sense of inclusion? Nobody seemed to know. We have now one of the most fascinating set of policies coming to the fore in the Western Hemisphere called sexual harassment. And it reminds me of an absolutely fabulous story I heard. I want to introduce to you a word that can become a sword. It's called gender neutrality. I remember when I did the PROSA study. For those who don't know what PROSA means, it means Property Rights of Spouses Act, right? And I remember when I asked women, are you aware of PROSA? I don't know the name, but tell me the details. And I said, it means that if you live with a man for such and such a time, you can share his property that you live in. Yeah! I then asked the men, 5% of men knew they could do that. And then as I speak to my friends over by law school, how many men dare walk into a place and says, I come for half her house now? What is gender neutral? Let's get to sexual harassment. Because if you take feeding and put up on a roof and say it's neutral between a dog and a bird, we know who gets it. Because I've never seen a dog fly up on a roof for food. And so some rethinking needs to be done, because the truth of the matter, even if something is gender neutral, there's something called cultural misalignment. Do you understand that? I'm sharing with you an anthropological term. Cultural misalignment means even though it's available, you may not have access to it, because we sanction men who make a move like that. We have beautiful words for them, mama man included. And so we have to do work to include people. We signed off on disability acts. I actually took up the list of countries that signed off on disability acts without putting up the first ramp. I love human beings, you know. I swear that there's something beautifully wrong about us. Yes, we signed. We were there in Geneva or wherever. We just signed it off, and it's beautiful. We did it. Not one ramp. And so as I close, I ask of us to think. Every time we say inclusion, ask ourselves this question. Which of these groups I like the least? I'm serious. Which of these groups I like the least? I was in a country, won't say where. I want to encourage you to go look for the pictures. But I was in a country and a young man had just won a case against the state. I was outside doing a presentation, public presentation, and he had just won. And he ran down the street, and I was the first person he saw. 6 feet, 1.5 inches tall. A completely heterosexual male. And this homosexual male jumped up on me and hugged me and said, "We won!" And the cameras go. The beauty of the day. And I hugged him and I said, "Yes, we won!" Yes, we won. Because any victory for a vulnerable group is a victory for all mankind. Yeah? Can we get that? Any victory for any vulnerable group is a victory for mankind. Every perpetrator you see in front of you, barring those who are born with phromic tendencies, had to be a victim first. Every single person who has a PhD in violence studies knows that as an anthem and as a motto. When I save a perpetrator, I also save the 100 persons he would have victimized. God bless you all. Take care of yourselves. Leave nobody behind.
I just have one question. Is that really the best response? As humans, we don't like difficult conversations. We don't like things that make us shift in our chairs and we feel really uncomfortable. And a lot of the times we feel uncomfortable because we amplify wrong data. We're echo chambers. We hear people and agencies and things riddle off and we just go, okay, that must be it. Dr. Gale said he wants us to be awakened and not woke. And one of the most important things he came with is that he was armed with data. So the next time you get in a conversation, before you get heated and before you get emotional, ask yourself, what does the data say? The data does not lie. If you repeat things that are actually not true, then you become a perpetrator. You literally become a bad actor in the space because then you allow things to happen under the quiet. Dr. Gale, I thank you. You spoke about controversy being a word, and I remembered in 2017 when that happened, they rang him out. They wrung him out to dry when he said what he said. And it takes a very different kind of person to confront people and to dare people to say something when they know what the data says. So the next time that we go out and we are trying to be activists and advocates, we ask that you do not employ callous hypocrisy, which is what he said, where you favor one group over another because maybe you have a problem with one group, because if you're going to talk about inclusion, then it has to include everyone. Thank you for that very sobering address, and certainly I could have sat here and I could have listened to him speak and give examples and tell stories to let us know that what we think might be happening, there are many, many other sides, and I hope that we will take the time in the spaces that we operate to learn more and to learn the data. Another round of applause for our amazing keynote speaker. So there's some of us who ate before we started. Some of you may not have known that we had refreshments outside. For those of you who did not have any refreshments, certainly you have 5 minutes that you can go and do so. But the man who is coming to the stage, if you've ever watched Holy Road on CVM, if you've ever been in love with music, he's a music educator, a TV host, a youth pastor, a gospel recording artist. He's carving out a space and style for his own. He stands with the greats like Kevin Downswell and Jermaine Edwards. He is amazing. He is light and he is love. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the one and the only John Mark Wigan.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you're doing fine. It's a pleasure for me to be here with you guys. My name is John Mark Wigan, of course. I just need for you to just raise your right hand in the air and just bless God. If that's not too much to ask, just say, God, thank you. Thank you for this moment. Thank you for what we're doing. If you're not afraid to bless him. And just repeat after me. Say, I'm a champion. We only have a little bit of time to praise God and enjoy ourselves while doing so. So let's stand to our feet and do it. Louder for me. That's your life. Say, I'm a champion. I'm a champion. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Well, I'm walking to the ring to face my foe. And from a distance, I can hear the crowd roar. They're calling her name, oh, but it just don't sound like mine. Oh, yes. Oh, it's the name that my grandmother said I can call anytime. This is your part. You shout and say, I'm a champion. Oh, but you know. Oh, but somebody won the battle for me. His name is Jesus. Oh, yes. Say it again. I'm a champion. You got it, mama. Oh, yes, and now. But God, you get the glory. Oh, yes. Listen to me, listen to me. When men celebrate you, they really don't have a clue. So let me bring you back to the beginning of my book to show you what God brought us through. When I was on the floor, knocked down and really needed help, God, you stepped in to feed my foe. There was nobody else. The praise don't belong to me. They go right back. So say, I'm up. I hear you in this room. Say louder, you're a champion. But Jesus won the battle for me. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Say it again. Say, I'm up. Oh, you sound lovely in this room. But God, you get the glory. Here's the strategy. Here's a strategy. God is our refuge and strength. So we don't fight. We walk around the Jericho. And God will tell we where we do. Then we open up our mouths and release our shout. Watch the walls fall down. Walk around Jericho. Yes. God will tell you where we do. Stay in the city. No food for last 7 days. Watch God turn it around and around and around. Say, I'm oh Lord, take it down and say it again, say it again. Say, I'm oh, one more time, say it again, say it again. Say, I'm That's beautiful. But somebody won the battle for me. If you know, say, God win it for you, just wave and say, thank you, Lord. He's always doing it. Give me the next track, please. I serve a God who has never left and will never fail me. Ready?
Mercy, there was great and grace was free.
Pardon, there was multiplied to me. There my burden so for liberty. God never leave me, no, you never leave me lonely. Hope for the hopeless, yes. Home for the homeless. Every time when we think we give up on everything, Lord, you give strength for we. And I know lick up on me, fall like green or fall, but you hear me, Lord. Yeah. Lord, you provide every time, so I don't want to be alright, yeah. You are always there for me. How could I ever make it? Lord, I appreciate it. You were always there for me. God never leave me, no. You never leave me alone. Listen to me now. Nobody couldn't see where you see. But I never stop believing in me, Lord. You never leave me forsake me. God is see the purpose in me. I just can't explain the joy that I feel inside. You make me stronger, push stronger. I'm gonna be alright, yeah. You're always there for me. How could I ever make? Lord, I appreciate you. You were always there for me. God never leave me, no. You never leave me lonely. Say,
Mercy, there was great and grace.
I know that mercy was there. I know that pardon was there. Say, God never leave. No, you never leave me lonely. I needed to tell your neighbor, my God has never failed me yet. Just tell your neighbor, my God has never failed me yet. Tell her, God never failed me yet, you know. Tell your neighbor, God never failed me yet. And him can't fail you. Him can't fail with justice system. Run it when you're ready. Say, God, you never failed me yet, Jesus. No, 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 no. Say, never fail. 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 Oh, no, 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 oh. I can't think of a time or day on me that I couldn't go down on my knees and put Jesus in it. Sinful nature had me feeling so weak emotionally, and it could feel like I'm sinking, never to rise no more. But Father, yesterday, today, forever, you never change, you never change, you never rearrange. Love, omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient. Without you in my life, what I gotta do, what I gotta do, Lord, I go dead if I don't have you. Over here, son. Give me a small wave, son. Say, Father, you never ever fail me yet. Say that from your heart, say, Father, you never ever fail me yet. And you won't start now. And when I fall down to the ground, your love give me safe and sound. You know you never fail me yet, Lord. Say, you never ever fail me. Say that over him, say, you never ever. Look on him when you say it too. Say, Lord, you never ever fail me. Jesus, you never ever fail me yet. Listen to that part, you know. Personally, I'll give him the praise continually. Oh yeah. There's no other like you who could protect us from all the evil. No. Although we've strayed as a nation, you leave the 99 for us, Jamaica, and it's overwhelming. Hey, yesterday, today, forever, you never change, you never change, you never rearrange. You're omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient. Without you in my life, what I gotta do, what I gotta do, Lord, I gotta dead if I don't have you. Where's some? Again, say, Father, you never ever. I need to hear you in this room. Father, you never ever. Lord God, hey, and keep me safe and sound. You never fail me yet. Lord, make me hear them say, Father, you never ever. I hear your heart again say, Father, you never ever. Oh Lord, Lord, say, I when I fall, I down to the ground. Your love keep me safe and sound. I say, you never ever fail me yet. Say it one more time, Father, you never ever. Tell him again, say, Father, you never ever. Praise him if him never fail, you know. If him never fail, you know. Just touch to your neighbor and say, God still a work, you know. Him still a work, him not stop yet. Him not stop yet. So say that word, say work. Say work. Run that one there for me. That's your word. Right hands in the air, right hands in the air. Push them up like this. Your word is work. Say work. I feel loyal. I see how I feel loyal. Yes, I see you working. Lord, I see you working. Yes, you're working. Listen to this part. Oh, yes. When I see my problem, my God sees platforms and stage like this one that he wants to stand on to show he's amazing. But listen, in every season and all of our lives changes, I still know who to call on and who never fails me. Your word of work in my problem, then you're still. You're the remedy, you're still. In the battle, Lord, you're still. To give me victory, you're still. On my mountain, then you're working. Valleys, you're working. You're working for me. Working for me. Listen. The enemy came up against me, but my God, now sleep. Thought I was alone like he didn't know who watches over me. Protecting against every wickedness. He goes before me and me. Working on the things that I can't see. Good Lord, in my problem, then you're still. You're the remedy, you're still. In the battle, Lord, you're still. To give me victory, you're still. On my mountain, then you're working. You're working. Working for me. Working. In my problem, them you still. You're the remedy, you still. In the battle, Lord, you still. To give me victory, you still. On my mountain, them you. Lord, valley, Lord, you. Touch your chest and say, working for me. Working for me. Say it again, say, working for me. Working for me. God bless you guys. My name is John Mark Wigan. You continue to have a wonderful day and engagement in Jesus' name. Bless you.
You know all of God's people going to make more noise than that for John Mark. And in case you didn't know, if you go on CVM TV, you will actually see him co-hosting with Celine, where they go across the island and they go into communities where them have them like a church, and we learn so much about it. But it's so fantastic to see a young man, talented, beautiful soul, giving God the glory. Can we hear it again for John Mark? And I know it's just because the people were thirsty, apparently, and a little bit hungry. You know, we heard Dr. Gale speak about hunger being the driving force behind crime. It was a crime that people outside would have missed John Mark because of hunger. Mm. Thank you so very much, my darling. All the best. Mm. And he's even more handsome in person. You go. How has the first beginning, or maybe the first half of the conference been? How has it been? Do we find it enlightening, informative, insightful? Some of us might have come into the room thinking we knew what we thought we knew, what we think we work in, only to have Dr. Gale say, Sebet. What we hope is that you take the information that you learned today and don't be stingy and keep it to yourself, right? And so what we're going to move into our very first panel discussion, and then we'll break for lunch. We will return for 2 more panel discussions, and then, of course, we will give our vote of thanks, and we will say thank you to everyone. So we're getting the space ready. DJ Chin, I'm going to hand it over to you. and then we're getting ready for our panel discussion, our very first.
I call you, I need you, my heart's on fire. You come to me wild and wild. You come to me, give me everything I need. Give me a lifetime of promises and a world of dreams.
gonna pay for lunch for everybody. We thank you in advance for your kindness and your compassion. So again, if you are coming in, we welcome you. Know that you took your break. We want to get started with our very first panel. So we're just asking you to kindly get to your seats as quickly as possible. Please put those phones on silent or vibrate just so that we do not interrupt or disrupt the experience for those around you. Again, if you are the last person standing when we start, you owe everybody lunch. Thank you. DJ Chin, over to you. I'm so sorry because hold on. I was just saying GSAT because I saw the high schoolers and I saw tertiary. But this officer kindly put up his hand to let us know that he's young. Very. Okay. By show of hands, who are those of us, we, who did common entrance? And you know what's funny? I'm not going to point any fingers, but I see a gentleman on this side who is looking and judging. We listen, we don't judge. We look, but we don't judge. Show of hands, those of us who did common entrance. Because 3 subjects, ladies and gentlemen, really are the only subjects you need in life. Maths, English, and... Now that us mature people have stated what exam we did, show of hands, the youngs who did GSAT. We're not quiet though. You see how the old people were loud? Do you see how us old people are like, we're old and we're loud and we're proud? Where are the GSAT babies in the room? That not bad. Yeah, GSAT baby? Yeah, GSAT baby? So I only have one other group. I just experienced this beast last year. Let me tell you, I wanted to. Hold on, well, Pep, hold on. The only people who are supposed to put up them hand who might have done Pep should be in a school uniform. If I see anybody who is working in any workspace, it cannot be a PEP. Is there anybody in the room who sat the PEP exam? You, teacher? PEP teacher? Or you're the parent, so you sat the exam as well? That's why they must respect us. Because we pay for the tuition and we do the work as well. There's a group before common entrance. Don't do that. Don't do that. Those people are not. GC, those people are in the room. They're not. Where's my PEP babies? Where are the PEP students? Put your hands together for our youngsters now. Thank you so very much. So now I believe we have everybody ready. Please make sure that your phones are on silent or vibrate just so that we do not interrupt our speakers and our panelists. Again, thank you so very much to our sign language interpreters. I see Michaela, who is rotating with Tony. Thank you so very much for being here. So this first panel, Justice Without Barriers, empowering communities and individuals, dismantling systemic barriers and promoting restorative justice practices that ensures all individuals, including disabilities, persons with disabilities, have equal access to justice. At this time, I'm going to welcome my moderator, and I'm so proud to call her my moderator, simply to see all of the things she has done and she continues to do. She's a fellow classmate of mine, fellow campionite. She is the esteemed moderator, a development specialist with a doctorate and master's in international development from Oxford University. Put some respect on her name. And a master's in government with distinction from the University of the West Indies. Big up to the one University of the West Indies person over there. She was once a technical support on the National Partnership for Transformation out of the Office of the Prime Minister, was a part of the team that founded the Caribbean Policy Research Institute, and she has also served through civil society as a deputy director at National Integrity Action and member of the Jamaica Civil Society Coalition. For those of you who do not know her, she advises, designs, and facilitates programming for several global scholarship and fellowship programs, all geared towards developing the next gen of compassionate and courageous leaders for change. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome our esteemed moderator, Dr. Nadia Figueroa, who is our moderator for our first panel. Over to you, Doc. Good to see you.
Thank you. That is our Jamaican girl, Terry Carell. Such a pleasure to share this with you, yeah? And listen, you guys did a tremendous job to come back from refreshments. But there is no way that you could have missed the flagship panel, right? And I came in just in time this morning to hear Mrs. Chavans take us to church, quoting the Bible on Ruth and Naomi. What is social justice? It is love. It's not just the policies and the programs and the projects, it's how we treat one another. Then you had the heights of statecraft. We had representatives from 2 UN agencies. We had the minister being very honest with us, very humble about we're doing well, but we still have work to do to carry things forward, right? And then come on now, Dr. Gale took us to the classroom. You are equipped and empowered with data, insight, and nuance, right? So this section, they love to give me hard work to do, and it's fine. This is really called Listen and Learn. And be ready for action. We're going into the field now. So we have the practitioners. We're here to really take on 3 big chunks of this thing called social justice in Jamaica right now. And I know it's asking a lot of you, but please don't have me push these panelists to be succinct and concise and then you don't have questions for them. Don't do me that. I've been writing them threatening emails about 5 minutes only each. And then we discuss and pull out the areas and then over to the audience. Yeah, so my promise to you is to keep it tight. Yeah, and then we're looking to you to be thinking about, for instance, how is this impacting my work? What is a coordination or a collaboration I had not thought about? What is a new practice? What is a new innovation that I can be carrying forth when we're looking at social justice altogether? Yeah, so with no further ado, the way we're going to do this is going to be a little bit informal. I'm literally just going to ask you to pay attention to your program where we have names and we have whom these folks represent, their organizations, their communities. I will quickly give you just that name and top line introduction. Won't have time to go into biography too much. And then you're going to hear from each one of them, carefully selected for each one of these 3 panel discussions. Then we're going to have some agitation amongst us on stage, not too much. And then over to you guys for your questions. Sounds good? And that's how we will do each of the 3. Bam, with lunch in between. Because we need the fuel for all the work we're doing. Fantastic. So without further ado, I would call this the flagship panel, right? We're talking about, and there are lots of big concepts in this, dismantling systemic barriers and promoting restorative justice. That is an approach and framework that has been proven to work in our context. But towards what? Ensuring that individuals, communities, including persons with disabilities and those who are most vulnerable, have equal access to justice, right? So the way we're going to do our overview per panelist is really to break those concepts down, right? We're going to start with Ms. Tanya Chambers, who is a research and policy consultant, big framework, big on governance, big on legislation. We're going to move immediately to the front line. We have with us Mrs. Diane Watson, Executive Director of Legal Aid Council, so dealing with the people in pursuit of justice who are struggling to get it. From there now, let us unpack this big approach, restorative justice. Those of us who pay attention to development, we've been hearing about restorative justice for a while, but what are the main tenets? More importantly, how are we doing with adopting it and mainstreaming it here? And then I'm really proud of the programmers today because they made sure that we have a young person, right? And that we have someone representing the disabled and differently abled communities. So when we're talking about the vulnerable populations and next generations, we're not just talking about them. We have them in the discussion. Yeah? So we're going to start with Ms. Tanya Chambers. We're going to go to Ms. Diane Watson. Then we'll have Mrs. Sharon Betancourt, who is the Director of Restorative Justice at the Ministry of Justice. And then representing young people, we have Dominic Nash. Thank you. And we'll hear a little bit about his organization as well. And then very importantly, from the Jamaica Council of Persons with Disabilities, we're going to round up with Ms. Pinnock. Yeah? So 5 minutes each. I have a timekeeper in the back. Oh, or a timekeeper is in the front. So Jamie, when my hand go up like this, just press 5 minutes countdown. And you see when 1 minute is remaining, you just flash them. Please listen to Jamie's flash so they don't have to hear my voice too much. 5 minutes each, looking forward to it. Thank you, starting with Ms. Chambers.
Okay, great. I get to be the act that follows Dr. Gale, Professor, Doctor. So what it does mean, apart from being a hard act to follow, is that there are quite a number of areas in which the data that was presented lends credence to some of the general positions that I'll share. I'll share from a general perspective, and then, of course, other members of the panel can get very specific based on the nature of their work. If you look at social justice, generally speaking, it is often discussed and described around 4 pillars, being equity, access, participation, and rights. And so you're looking at equal access to resources, to privileges, to opportunities, in a sense, boundaried and measured along those 4 lines. So what I want to use my 5 minutes to do is to look at each of those 4 areas and just put some considerations on the table in terms of how each of these factors lands in a justice context. In terms of equity, I would start off by saying people don't approach justice institutions from an equal position, that they come in unequal positions and with different types of issues that may create underlying barriers, may interrupt or disrupt how people think that they can connect with and receive just outcomes from a justice process. Dr. Gale, and I'm sure I'll say this 2 or 3 more times, brought up some statistics around adverse childhood experiences or other forms of violence, and you look at the unequal ways in which, for example, children or women or men experience violence. And we know one of the primary reasons why people come to justice institutions is because of violence issues. And so understanding how issues like age or gender or social class or where people live, their level of education. We heard the Campionites rallying a while ago. Levels of education affect how proud you lift your head in any room and create a sense of privilege, as you're saying. So these are some of the factors that we have to consider. Justice must therefore be responsive to the different factors that affect how people enter into its halls and rooms, and have flexibility to adjust its approaches to different types of vulnerabilities. If we look at access, we can talk about the fact that efficiency in justice institutions enhances but does not guarantee access. And so much of our justice reform program in the last 10 or 15 years has, rightly so, looked at issues of improving efficiencies. Critically important to having sound justice institutions, that they are efficient and that we get to just outcomes quickly when we go through formal institutions, but efficiency does not guarantee access. And so we need to look more comprehensively at cultural, economic, social, and other barriers. And I know we'll talk about the disability status issues and how those affect how people communicate, how they access information, their ability to understand what's going on. And I know the representative from UNICEF earlier spoke a lot about zoning in on children to ensure that when we say we're reaching everybody in an equal way, children experience a measure of access that matches their specific vulnerabilities. So having information available in language that is understandable to different groups and bridging those critical communication gaps becomes quite important. I don't want to go into the issue of people with disabilities too much, but I do want to mention that we very often don't even see the intellectual disabilities, much less have the capacity to respond to them. So I leave that one on the table for now. It does mean that justice has to go beyond relatively narrow concepts of guilt and innocence as the frame of reference from which we look at whether an outcome is good or just. And we therefore have to look at all of the factors that influence how people appreciate what comes out of a justice process. Participation, really quickly. How do the most vulnerable justice users view their capacity to influence a justice process? Do people feel empowered? Is the justice process an empowering one that really engages people and helps them to understand the pathway to accessing their own rights? And this is both for court-based processes as well as justice processes that exist at the community level. Do we see participation as jurors or witnesses as part of a civic duty and therefore own our justice institutions in the way we own our schools or our health facilities and feel like we have an ingrained right to have those meet our needs? And then I'll just wrap up by saying rights. The one thing I'll mention here is that rights are interdependent. And again, Dr. Gale spoke about where food fits in that hierarchy. And I would say it's difficult to deal with justice processes, my final point, to deal with justice processes effectively when we deal with health, education, food security, personal security, and every other thing in silos. Because the people who come to the halls of justice, to the doorways of justice, come with needs and they come with a package of rights. And very often, before we can get to the outcome of your justice process, we have to think about the bellies and the minds that come with those needs. So I'll stop there.
I love the way in which you punctuate the big conceptual and legal with the human, right? So big picture. I know we're on to the front line with the Legal Aid Council. Thank you.
Right. So good morning, everyone. Happy World Day of Social Justice. So I'm getting into the trenches, as Dr. Figueroa explained. So I'm going to tell you just briefly about the role of the Legal Aid Council and the services that we offer very quickly. So we are a statutory body, meaning that we're established by
I believe Mrs. Watson has slides. So if you could pull those up for us. They would say Legal Aid Council. If the Moyes are on, maybe can assist on that. Go ahead. Please don't slow down.
No, I don't need him. Right. So we administer a legal aid scheme. And this scheme is in relation to persons who are charged with criminal offenses for now. And in order to provide those services, we empanel attorneys who are drawn from private practice across the entire Jamaica. We have Queen's Counsel on our list, King's Counsel, now King's Counsel. We have senior attorneys and we have young attorneys. And these attorneys, they empanel, they sign up with us out of the goodness of their heart because they want to give back. And so we assist persons who are, if they're charged with a criminal offense, if they're detained or arrested, or if they're charged with a criminal offense, we have these attorneys who assist them. And we also, at the council, I just want to share with you a quick story. We also sometimes, even though we make assignments, so we offer duty counsel service, where we ask persons to call us. Once they have a relative or a friend who's arrested, just call us and we'll send an attorney. We don't ask any questions. We don't complete an application for that process. sometimes persons actually do not come to us, and even though the police, they are mandated by law to call a duty council, they sometimes don't. So, once in every now and again, what we do, we check in at the police stations to see what is happening. And on one of these occasions, our attorney, I think she's in the audience somewhere, went to Halfway Tree, and we met a young man who was in custody. He's a bus conductor, charged for assault. So we went in, we assisted him, and he got an attorney, got off his case. So 2 months later, he calls us to say, you know, that one visit to the lockup that day changed his entire life. He says that when he realized that, you know, people are there to help, that he decided to just change. He got a job in the Cayman Islands. So that is where he was calling from, to say thank you so much for that intervention. Wow. And so it's things like these. We also do have a mobile justice unit, and that mobile justice unit, Minister alluded to it earlier. There are 3 buses, and the buses are manned by attorneys. We go across the entire island. So we have a schedule which is on the Ministry of Justice website, and we give legal advice and information to persons who require it. And we've been doing a lot of work with the disabled community and those who are mentally challenged at the council, because we believe strongly in social justice, and we believe that persons who need help need to be aware that they have these services available to them. And we also believe that we share a common goal with restorative justice, because we both want fair, equitable access to justice and rehabilitative justice. So, thank you.
Perfect segue. And we could feel the care and the compassion in your voice in sharing that anecdote, that one story. You know already I want you two to reflect on the systemic barriers to this justice that we're working towards. But we're going to hear now about restorative justice, which has really been positioned as a success story, but further to go. Tell us about it.
Absolutely. Good morning, everyone. Our keynote speaker, Dr. Herbert, has set the tone, the stage, the bridge for restorative justice. Restorative justice is all about empowering victims, offenders, the community to repair the harm that has been done. And the statistics and the data shared really spoke volumes to the need for this type of justice. So restorative justice really and truly at the community-based level fosters healing and restoration, not so much about the punitive measures, but more about healing and restoration. Why we speak of healing so much? Healing so that offenders can be reintegrated into the community and to prevent them from causing harm again. We have to get to the very source of the problem, not just to put a band-aid and to incarcerate and to punish, but we also have to speak to the social element of justice, and that is about healing and restoration and reintegration, empowering community coming together so that even those persons who have caused the harm, they take responsibility for their actions so that the harm that was done can be lessened, the effects of it can be lessened, and the community will embrace them again. Remember, restorative justice is not about a slap on the hand, or sometimes it is considered to be soft justice. But imagine a Jamaica where persons who have offended can come together in a circle with the victim so that they can hear and understand how it is that the crime that they have committed have impacted the victim, how they feel about it, and they can have dialogue.
so that this harm that was done can be healed and they can reintegrate and become a part of the community again. They'll think twice about causing harm again because of the relationship has been restored. So restorative justice is really about that, just ensuring that we're not just talking about punitive measures, but we're also addressing the social aspect of justice.
I mean, one of the undercurrents of Dr. Gale's presentation was don't ask ridiculous questions. Let's look at the facts. And so for me, I know some folks will say, boy, when you say, reintegrate and restorative, what about the punitive side? And for me, when you look at the facts, if we're going to be purely punitive, there are some communities that would no longer exist.
Yes.
Let's be honest. The same way when people come and ask, where are the fathers? Well, let's be real. Let's not ask a redundant question. So I want you to think about what are the challenges to really increasing access and uptake of the restorative. That's our next round. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Nash.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me.
This gentleman was not meant to be here. He's standing in for another youth leader colleague who had to be called away because you remember school is the urgency for these young people right now. So thank you for stepping in. And any opening thoughts about young people and access to justice, young people and a healing restorative approach to justice? You have 5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay. So I'll start off with social justice as it deals with inclusivity, as they said, access. So for we as youths at the grassroots level, I'll start at the police station. I'm going to touch on the issues for now, the barriers. So one would be physical. This would be, even though we commend the minister for doing ramps in the court system from December 2024, we can see that at the grassroots level, at the police station, the Youth Innovation Center, we can do more as it relates to physical barriers. So we can have ramps for those who use wheelchairs. How can they make access to the police station to make reports? These are one of the issues we have. And I'm going to look at another issue, which is communication barrier. How we can use technology and how we can teach individuals within police station and the Youth Innovation Center to better communicate with individuals that are in the disabled community. Yeah.
Getting an amen. Both the physical and the non-physical, the communicative barriers. And that's a great segue to Ms. Pinnock, who we're really happy to have from the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities. Kudos to the organizers to making sure we have these representatives here.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm so happy that we have all included in the conversation persons with disabilities, but I want us to shift our minds that people with disabilities are not an appendage to our society, but they are a part of our society. Yes. So the facts that are being collected should represent such a community. And while I commend Dr. Gale for ensuring that his conversation was a factual one, it raised a concern for me that we are going in schools, collecting data, children with disabilities are in schools, what their statistics look like, so that as we navigate a conversation around inclusion of people with disabilities, what are the facts? What are the actual facts? And we don't have those facts for discussions of this nature. So we'll be talking, as the moderator guided us, we're talking from pure passion because we're not collecting the facts. So let's first establish that people with disabilities are not a separate Jamaica. They are a part of the nation and the society. So they must be included in the conversation. They must be included in the strategies for resolve. But first we have to understand who they are, and the Disabilities Act, as Dr. Gale alluded to, and while I wear the badge and I shouldn't laugh, I did, because we enacted a legislation we didn't understand. And we enacted a legislation that we are not paying attention to. So we're moving different strategies along, not being mindful that this enacted legislation, because it's not a bill, it's not a want-a-nice conversation, it's fully enacted enforceable law that we are disregarding. And while we have made strides, we have a far way to go. And one of the steps we ought to take is the knowledge. We must have the knowledge, understanding who the community is. It's a diverse group of people. Ramps and Rails is one part of the access conversation. The intellectual disability group, when you talk about simplified language. The deaf community, when you talk about sign language and pictorial representation and gesticulations to bring across the information, because English is not their first language. So closed captioning may not always solve our issues. Mental illness and the diversity of that community. So when we talk about disability and it jerks our heartstrings, it should also move our intellect, that as we plan, we are standing on the framework of the legislation that is enacted, but we are collecting the facts that we're creating a space where everybody, despite of their disability, can live, do business, access services, and their rights are protected and promoted.
Fabulous. I mean, I have to connect that to what Ms. Chambers was saying about the invisible disabilities. Because when you read some of the data right now about the cognitive and mental strain of our young people who have been traumatized, not to use a sexy ACEs word, but who have been traumatized, they've been left in a disabled, incapacitated state. And if we're not treating them as such, where are we going? You know, so let's quickly do our rounds of agitation here, and I hope you guys are thinking of your questions. I'm going to get it to lunch by 1:45. I want to hear what are the top barriers. I think naturally we heard from youth and we heard from disabilities about those because I couldn't speak without saying that. But I want to put you ladies on the hot spot because you're doing the policy work. Sometimes we're making legislation and it's not necessarily as focused and targeted as it needs to be, but we feel in a rush. You know, if you really had to prioritize across these pillars, Tanya, you know, on a national level, boy, these are the big barriers, or this is the hidden barrier that we're not paying enough attention to. I'd love to hear from you three on that. And I will talk a little bit more about restorative justice and hear from the audience.
Okay, I'll take it from a slightly different angle, which is how do we get to figuring out what those major barriers are?
Humility, love it.
And I would start with the idea of rights, the idea of identifying what we are defining as the right to justice and what that looks like. And why that makes a good starting point is if you go from a welfare model or a program model, you start to ask yourself the question, how many people are reached by a service? But if you start from a rights-based perspective, your question shifts to how many people are excluded. And when we start to analyze exclusion by layers, breaking them down, and understanding what may be some of the factors that seem to align itself with exclusion. We don't know if they're causing it yet, but what aligns itself with exclusion. I think when we start from that framework, we have a better chance of figuring out why people don't have the same experience of justice, even though when we're designing programs, we design them for every Jamaican, or so we think. But we don't know until we figure out who is excluded and why. That's what tells us where we may be going wrong. So we can make certain broad statements like we are just figuring out as a country how to look at issues faced by people with disabilities in a relatively comprehensive way. We're just starting those conversations. We are still grappling as a country with children and the expectation that a child rights framework leaves you with vis-a-vis the real experience on the ground. The justice sector likes to consider itself blind, but blind justice doesn't serve us at all when we are having these kinds of conversations. So certainly disaggregated data collection, ensuring that the conversations with the specific groups of vulnerabilities, so moving beyond big data into qualitative data or conversational interactions, which we see courts in Trinidad and Tobago pioneering within the Caribbean space, some of these ideas. The idea that a justice process must be therapeutic and not just weighing well on, you know, how many people prosecuted were found guilty. That's two-dimensional. Three-dimensional justice looks at the impact of your justice process on people who pass through it. including your witnesses, your jurors, even the people who work in the system come out traumatized.
You're framing up the panels to come on services for victims and also for child diversion. No, but you see the continuity. No, and you love the rigor of the thinking. I just want to make sure that we caught something there. Because what you are saying is that often we go for a welfare model and we get very excited about who we can include. And there's nothing wrong with that. Sometimes I have a sense that we're too much in a rush. Everybody wants to get involved in something good. Nothing wrong with that, because we know it's urgent. But step back. A rights model is more about who is being excluded and what needs to be done for them to be included. And that's where the things like the therapeutic work, etc. come in. You know, that shift there is not a small thing. Thank you. Other barriers before we move on a little bit to restorative justice?
Right, so we do have geographical barriers. Yes, we live in the city, it's urban, all the services are here, nothing is, it's very difficult for persons in rural areas to access certain services, justice services as well. Sometimes the courts are in the parish capitals, far away. Persons don't get to actually enforce their rights. And I just want to give you two quick examples of some of the barriers that we have seen as well. So I told you about the mobile justice unit. When we go into the inner cities, only the women will come on the bus because the men think it's an informer bus. Worse, the bus is donated to us by Canada, so we have a sign on it that says donated by Canada. Everybody, what is going on in that bus? They say that they call it the informer bus. So we're having challenges getting them to come on the bus. And they need our assistance, because they need us to assign attorneys to them and to tell them about their rights. And then we have the deaf community. So the deaf community tend to be skeptical. It appears that in the past, persons have tried to assist and it has not been sustained. So we're reaching out to them, but it's a challenge to do that because they're very skeptical. So those are some of the challenges that we are currently working on.
You guys going to sit together over lunch? Before I come to you, Mrs. Betancourt, I do want to go back to Ms. Pinnock. It seems like you want to respond to that. And then I'm going to double down on youth and your particular barriers before we wrap up on restorative justice. Let's hear Ms. Pinnock.
And a big part of our issue is attitudinal. And you will find the pushback coming from the community because of their past experiences. Not to be graphic, but a blind woman who was raped is called before the justice system and she can't give witness because as far as you are concerned, she didn't see the perpetrator. So she doesn't receive justice. You're deaf and something happened. You can't give your testimony. You can't represent yourself in the way the justice system should offer you the service because they don't have access to an interpreter. So you should go home and get somebody to come back with you to give your information. And those are lived experiences in recent times. And if we don't change the attitudinal, if we don't break the attitudinal barriers that exist, and most of it is by ignorance and other by cultural behaviors and such the like, we will not be able to break or have any leeway in the community of persons with disabilities. Because for far too long, they have worn the jacket of maybe it never happened to you, maybe you didn't understand, or you are not in a position to tell us that this happened to you. So we have to really and truly look into the cultural barriers that create those attitudes and then the lack of policies that sustain them. Because nobody is held accountable when a police is going to turn me away from giving a statement because he doesn't feel I'm capable of giving the statement. So let's look through those lenses to see how we can tear down those barriers that currently exist. And while I don't have the data like Dr. Gale, I have the testimony.
He can help you get the data.
Yes, and we should move
Fair
to
partnerships.
the organization that I'm a part of as the Disabilities Act establishes it. It is now responsible to ensure that that data exists, that as we ensure we're promoting and protecting the rights of people with disabilities, we don't have those attitudes that find comfort in places of services that people are prohibited from accessing their rights.
Beautiful. Thank you. So we have attitudinal barriers, cultural barriers. I also hear relational barriers. When there has been active disrespect and breakdown of trust, if we're not going to work on that, we're not going to be able to include anybody. Even if we get everything else together, the policy could be beautiful, technically we could be sound. If the relationship has been so broken down, then that has to be a part of what we're building. Over to you. You're part of the solution, you know, Mr. Nash. There was an incredible young woman I encountered at the Rhodes Scholarship finalist this year. And do you know what her project was in med school? She said she broke down when a deaf person came to the hospital and there was no one there to support their access. And then she just went online and taught herself sign language and has started teaching other medical students sign language. So we're not only here to talk about the problems, we're here to create the solutions as well, right? Mr. Nash, some barriers again from the youth perspective.
Okay, I'm glad that you touched on that point. I was going to speak on lack of resources. So this is with the technology. We're in a technological age. We can download apps to help with interpretations. We don't need to formally train most persons. We can do apps.
Maybe in combination. I heard a no-no from the audience. Maybe it's in combination. So it's not the technology on its own. It have to have people as well and culture with it. But we have to listen to the young people. The technology can get us to scale, you know. Yes. Continue, Mr. Nash. And you get to the microphone. Whoever said no. Right. Mr. Nash, yeah.
And back to the physical and barriers. Even though she's mentioned, even though you go to the police stations and other places to file complaints, they're not willing to listen because they're in a particular community. So we need to break these barriers to make more resources so they can file the proper reports and be heard. Yes.
Thank you. Clap him. Yes. So we're going to, and I'm going to put you on the spot, Mrs. Betancourt. Is this okay? Sure. I heard from Minister this morning that, listen, we have the programs that are out there, but we need to really discuss what's going to be required to carry them even further. Mm-hmm. So we talk about the awareness, we talk about the access, we talk about the uptake. With something like restorative justice, I'm sure we're third or fourth generation. Now we must be innovating and improving and enhancing. Mm-hmm. Where are we at with restorative justice in Jamaica, and what do you see as some of the priorities to take it even further?
That's an excellent question. So restorative justice is fairly new. It's a fairly new concept. To move us even greater into embracing this new concept, we must have a cultural shift. We must move past just punitive. When we looked at the statistics earlier, and I must go back to that, all those perpetrators were once victims too. And so we must go to the very source, cause. What could we have done? We have the opportunity now to change that. So we're going to all have to be advocates. We're going to advocate for restorative justice in our schools, in our homes, even teach it to parents as part of parenting skills. We're going to have to even get to a younger age from basic school. We have to be teaching the concept of restorative justice. We're going to embrace it in our workplaces. We're going to have to take this form of justice that we have access to. As the minister said, it's here already. We have the programs. But sometimes persons do not access these programs because they may not be aware that they exist. And yes, they may be a little skeptical about this new program. So all of us who are here today, who are participating in this forum, you have information at your fingertips. And in order to become part of that new paradigm, you need to be having those conversations. Yes, we're going to be having the conversation with the various communities, because if all persons are going to have access to justice, we need to find out, how can I serve you better in restorative justice? What is it that we're doing now that we really need to tweak or change? How can we include you in policy, legislation? How can we include all persons? We're going to have to having more conversation, as well as the public education, so that this shift that we need Jamaica is a violent country right now, and we need that shift. And so in order for that to happen, all of us, every level, must begin to have that conversation with all the players, how it is that we can incorporate and integrate restorative justice in every area and facet and fabric of this society.
Amazing, amazing, and amen. Get ready with your questions and provocations, please. I promised us. And oh my gosh, and we are on time when I tell you. So I get one more question because I am so persuaded by you. And I hear that the next stage is a lot of people work, a lot of persuasion, and a lot of partnership to really get this thing, as I would call it, the tipping point. Gladwell, so Jamaican, the tipping point is one thing to have it 1-1-1 and we get it conceptually, is another thing to really have it mainstreamed. I have an organization that could use some restorative justice. Or I'm someone who shows up in a lot of spaces where maybe I could be useful. Can I be trained? You know, if I want to bring you into a school, like, what do I do? I'm on a school board. We're having some challenges with the staff quotient, and I think we need some work there before we can be the leaders we want to be for the students. Just how do we support the mainstreaming of this?
So I'm glad that you mentioned that. Training is a big part of what we do as well. So we're looking for facilitators. And so if you're not yet able to facilitate a conference, meaning to sit down, to learn all the skills, tools, technique that are required in order to broach that conversation, we teach facilitators. So we train our facilitators to have those conferences at the community level, in the workplace. Schools, we have restorative practice training that we teach our students, a 2-day training program. So we have that at the school level. And we're always looking out for facilitators, especially at the community level. Yes, so we can train.
How do I enroll or send my guidance counselor at my school to enroll for this training? And how much time or energy or resource do they require to train?
So it takes about 8 weeks for you to become a facilitator. And our application form is available on the ministry's website. You can visit any one of our over 20 centers, and you can complete the application form, submit it, it will be vetted. You just need to be 18 and older, good upstanding citizen, and we will vet that application form, and we will tell you when the next cohort of training. Right now, we have memorandum of understanding with our schools and even churches that we're going in to teach and to train the restorative practice 2-day training with our churches and our schools. And so even if you're a student here today, once we come in, you can meet with your guidance counselor. I heard about restorative practice. How can I be part of that training? You can speak to your school, because we have done a number of training in schools, and we are continuing until the end of this term as well. We will see what next school year brings. But until the end of this year, we're still going into some schools, and we're still providing that restorative practice training, because we feel that we need to start with the next generation.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Clap them, clap them, clap them. So this is where I ask for provocations. Not trying to stand between you and your lunch, but the good thing about a round of provocations before lunch is that the lunch conversation then is extra spicy and hopefully solution-oriented. So we're all friends now in this room. We can ask hard questions. We can keep it real. I can't go to you first, Dr. Gill. You know that. You know, I can't. So I need to see, let me see the amount of hands that are up who would love to say. So I see one hand, perfect. I see another hand. I see 2 hands there, just so I get a sense. And I see another. Okay, so we're going to do a round. We're gonna go, or sign language interpret, yep. And then we're going to go right in front of you. And then we're going to go 2 in the back there. And then we're going to go Dr. Gale. So we have at least 5 provocations. We love it. Do we have microphones? Where would you like our questions to be asked? Organizers, help me. Do we have a runner somewhere? It should be on the tables, or do you just press the fancy thing and it lights up? We're in a historical building, guys. Don't lose your opportunity to ask a question at the Jamaica Conference Center. You might have to try a few until one lights up, from what I recall. They don't all light up. What a thing. Come and grab my microphone. Come right here. Come right here.
That's an object lesson on limited access to justice.
So, I just wanted to make a comment. I heard that the idea of creating an app. No, it's a great idea, and I realize that internationally everybody is doing it. But there are nuances in sign language and interpreting that cannot be shown on an app with an anime, or it doesn't work. I have a TV in my house that has automatic sign language. No matter what you're watching, the volume goes down and there's an anime. I can't understand it. And I know sign language. Sign language requires facial expressions, body language, movement. It's culture. For example, in Jamaica, we have ackee and saltfish. In Germany, they have no idea what ackee and saltfish is. So there are things that we create these ideas. Mind you, it's great because we want to help, but we do it without the consultation of the deaf community. And it's a constant. It's a constant in our society. We created a Disabilities Act that says to provide access, communication access. What's the term the deaf community say you guys use? I don't remember exactly. It's like basically I say reasonable communication access. Closed captioning is not reasonable communication access. And that's a big thing. Every organization, everybody, closed captioning. My mother can't understand closed captioning. She doesn't speak English. Pinnock alluded to it. She does Jamaican Sign Language, which means when you do something and you put panel discussion, justice without barriers, empowering communities and individuals, majority of deaf people looking on that don't understand that. That has to be interpreted into their language. So my tidbit for this room, when creating solutions, don't create it because, it's a feel-good feeling. Because that's really what it is, you know. I feel good to have these people here. Or I feel good, say I showed access. Reality, if you really want to provide access, you ask the people who need the access.
Big round of applause. Could you pass a microphone right behind you? And while you quickly do that, thank you so much, Dr. Johnson. While you quickly do that, I know that young Mr. Nash does not need any support at all, but I do want to say this about the app, because I don't want us to ever be limited. There's a way now through artificial intelligence, machine learning, only if we had enough content from our context, could we then develop something which would be true to the nuances of how we communicate here. So we can't just piggyback onto something at all. Artificial intelligence that you're talking about. It's not sourced from us. Yeah, but it's used on the TV for American Sign Language. Yes. And it's still inaccessible. No, but even all of the broad geography of, and I could get into the AI and how it don't include many different communities, so it's not truly representative. I guess what it is I don't want us to look at the blue horizon of possibility and say, no, it can't go so. But I think what you've brought across, which is so important, is if you're not taking those who you think wrongly are at the margin into the center of the conversation on the solution cannot work. Full stop. Full stop. And the solution might be a piece of legislation, it might be a project, it can't work. Right? We have another provocation.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Very important topic for the RJ. I am a lay magistrate. I serve in a lay magistrate's court. And recently, I've realized that a lot of seniors, citizens, are coming to the court. And so usually I do a briefing after the court hearing. And we had about 13 sessions, and out of it was 85% of seniors, 79, 80-year-old grandmothers, grandfather. And so I had a little debriefing with my team. And we come up with a suggestion that before the cases come to the court for these seniors, for the RJ, they could, when it comes to the police officer station and make a report, because some of them are visual impairment, like memory loss, they don't remember things well, they seem to be dismissed and just say, go court. And so when I had a meeting, a little session with a particular station the other day, they were saying that we need to design a policy. Ministry of Justice and RJ need to design a policy that these seniors, when they come to the station, not only being counseled by the officers in a corner, because they can change their mind for them grand picnic, because sometimes it's land dispute and it's minor offense. So presently, what my team is doing, we're going from station to station, edifying the police officers that when these seniors come, before they come to our court, can they rectify the matter from the community perspective? And then if it finally states that, because when they come to court, you know, them only want to see justice. take place. Send the boy go to prison, lock him up, and then feel justice has been served. But when we realize that some of them can't hear, come here with a walking stick, some of come grandmothers, them are some minor thing. So through the RJ, I was asked a question a couple of weeks ago, can there be a policy developed to assist this era for the senior citizens?
Growing population, I think we probably need a quick response on that one. It's such an important area.
Right.
And while we're doing that, remember we're looking for a microphone for 2 provocations that side. Yes, we do have a runner right here. Awesome. Thank you. Quick response, either one. And you know there's nothing definitive that we can solve right here, but you've put a provocation on the table.
All right, so we're actually drafting a policy. I wanted for her to speak about it because you're integral in that policy. But we're actually in the midst of drafting a policy in relation to what you said, and you definitely will be hearing a little bit more about that. Additionally, you can, even the police, community representatives, and liaison persons can make the recommendation and the referral for the matter to be handled at the community level, long before it reaches the police station, long before it gets to court. This matter can be handled at the community level if they make a referral to restorative justice. So it doesn't have to come to the court for it to be referred to RJ. The referral can be made by a family member, by the community person, the pastor in the church. Anyone can make a referral to restorative justice, and that's the beauty of it. So it doesn't have to come from the formal justice system, but it can come from any concerned citizen.
So we're learning about the referral system, but also I'll use my little moderator power while I have it to say. Perhaps there is a consultation between the ministry and whom is leading policy there, and lay magistrates on what that policy could look like, because again, you're frontline seeing things in a certain way. And I would imagine, of course, that the Senior Citizens Association and all these organizations that have really been on the rise as far as trying to congregate our older people, that they also will be. We don't mean consultation, we mean consultation. Yes. You see the difference? Oh, we were consulted? No, we are there. We are consulted in the center, right? We had 2 provocations here before Dr. Gale and lunch.
Hello. Oh, hi. Evening. My name is Dana De Montina from the PDJC ministry, and our ministry focuses on going into volatile communities, and we serve by preaching the word of God, passing out some groceries. If we have donations of wheelchairs, we'll give those out, cash, whatever is needed. So we've completed over 300 ministries since the beginning of COVID, and we also provide counseling for the mothers and their teenage boys and different things, just to kind of get to the root of what the problem is. So based on that, I found that you have older gentlemen in the 19-year-old all the way up to like mid-20s that come from a whole nother community. They'll come into like somewhere they don't live. So like let's say they live in Grand Spend, they'll come all the way up to Golden Spring into the community, and then this young man acts like a Pied Piper. He has a nickname. I'm just giving one example. He has a nickname. His name is Dunceman, and he has pulled nearly 50 young boys from their mother's arms, from their parents' arms. These children no longer have a vision to say, okay, I'm going to go to school, I'm going to finish what I need to finish. No, their thing is, no, I'm going to drop out of school because I can do scamming with Dunceman. But this is what's happening. He's charging those same young people to go to school, not go to class, but to Skull's class, go on the 10th and 11th grade block to do gambling to bring him the money. You see what I'm saying? Just to kind of give, it took a lot of investigating for me to find that out. And, you know, that Pied Piper thing came into our household. And because I took charge of our 15-year-old's laptop, lest I let him have it. But when he's at school, I search it because I need to know what's happening. You see what I'm saying? So I found that this young man is the Pied Piper for our community and has pulled all of these children. So now my son is saying to me, I don't believe I'm going to finish high school. I believe I'm going to drop out because Hart pays me. And it's like, no, you still need to have subjects to go to Hart. What are you saying? You know what I'm saying? So even with children that they'll have mother, father in the home, you still have these older gentlemen individual. They have the spray ground bag. They encourage them to leave the house without without permission, pack clothes and sleep out for nights on end. You know what I'm saying? And I would say that couples with what our young lady over here was saying about the senior citizens complaining, because these children have to provide money for this said adult. You see what I'm saying? So then so it's being attacked, or not being attacked, but it's being reconciled with the individual children. But do we have any resources to say we get to the very root of the thing? You see what I'm saying? Community by community, because that's what we're seeing. You know, he's in the sidelines, he's in the background, and he's telling them about fast money, fast money, fast money, when really the fast money is coming from the hands of these very children.
You're going to have to stay with us all the way to the end, to the panel on the diversion, the youth diversion programming. And there we're going to get real and raw as well around the resource spend and what is the return and the targeting and the focus. Very powerful to have your personal testimony. Nothing brings things to life like a real personal experience. Thank you for being a present mother. Thank you for being a servant to multiple communities. You know, and in some ways that just brought to life personally the factual data that Dr. Gale was sharing with us. Yes. But stay through to the end, because that's actually the point we're ending on. We have to prevent before they end up in the justice system. Was there a provocation next year that was shared? It was shared? You have a little something to add? We reached a very, very succinct part of the provocation section now, because then we're over to Dr. Johnson to take us into our lunch. Yes, succinct. And then Dr.
Well, first I want to thank everybody for being here to find a way to help the society with the young people. I have noticed, brothers and sisters, the young people are craving for violence and they are praising violence. So let's spend some time out to find a way to prevent our children from craving for violence. You know why? I have been to 300 communities in Jamaica, and the young people are all saying violence. Even though we are passing the word to them, it's a problem same way. And I've noticed this country that we live in provide necessities for the children to be educated and learn a skill and everything. But yes, we still have a problem with our children running down fast cash and violence, and it's disabling the household. It's affecting the females and the elders and the males just the same. And I recognize a lot of males do not want to play a very important role in society anymore. So let's speak about that a little bit. Love you all. Have a blessed day.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. The organizers did well, because nobody can leave until we reach diversion and talk about dealing with our youth. That's where our hearts are. So Dr. Gale, you know you and me, you're going to give us 2 minutes?
Yes, all right. Afternoon, everyone. All right, very quickly, there was a suggestion that there was a reality you were saying that when you go into the communities, the men won't get into the bus. All right. Now remember, if we place the food on the roof, it is for birds. All right. Hold on.
You see, you make him get up now.
So it means if you should switch any at all the method you're using, you would be denying the birds and now feeding the dogs. Yes. What's always needed is what works for a particular group you want to target. Yes. Now let me tell you quickly why the men can't go in the bus. Because once a man goes into a bus and the other men can't see what he's doing, he's an informer. We had a crisis in a school because they switched the male bathroom to the female bathroom, and the female bathroom had a mirror, and they put the urinal by the mirror. No male at all. As soon as they opened the door and saw the mirror right there, them go, So the bathroom was just there unused. And I went in one day and I said to my friends, just remove the mirror. Because if I see the size of yours and you say hi to my woman, we're in trouble. I have to understand how men think.
Thank you, Dr. Gale. We are going into lunch with big smile on our face. And the provocation, do you notice it started one place and it ended in the same place?
Create that, all right? The second thing quickly, and I'll end here, is the issue of our amygdala. Human beings are designed by nature, by God, to take revenge. If you don't take revenge, if you come to my house every day, beat up everybody, and as the male in that house, I do not respond, I will not get food. The female species is designed to block men who do not take revenge. This is why we are alive today. What we have to do is to make sure we begin to educate ourselves that we don't focus on the revenge. It's called Schadenfreude. What humans have been doing, and you heard some men attack me for the fact that I had to block in 3 countries men who think that, oh, let's do DNA in a hospital when a woman has just delivered, which is going to create tons and tons of violence, right? Because 1 of 5 of us around right here is a jacket, yes? So the truth of the matter is 1 of 5 women is likely to get hurt in a hospital. You have to block men from taking revenge because they get one little space. Our time now. Have to block that because it is natural for people to seek revenge. Same thing with female Schadenfreude. Have to block it when it comes up because what we're looking for is harmony. Take care.
So I have to work with our true human nature. We have to understand it. And then very importantly, if you think you're going to program towards a particular population and you don't have them in the center of the conversation, you're wrong before you even start. Yeah? So over to our amazing host.
Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, if you thought that was a fantastic panel discussion, please put your hands together. We also want to thank those of you, to the panelists, thank you. Please don't move as yet. And to those of you who participated by asking questions or even suggesting, we really do appreciate you. Every time Dr. Gale speaks, I think he asked earlier when he was speaking to us, if you're struggling and you'd like a hug, he'll give you a hug. Because now many of us are looking at our inner persons wondering, which one of us, Father, is the jacket that he's referring to? Just as a token of appreciation to thank our panelists, I'd like to actually acknowledge the presence of the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Justice, Mrs. Grace Ann Stewart McFarlane. I acknowledge her presence, and I'd like to invite her to kindly present just some tokens to our panelists to thank them so very much for their insight. And to our moderator, Dr. Figueroa will actually be here for the other 2 panels. Thank you for ably taking us through and keeping us on time. Madam P.S., I invite you on the stage so that you can make your presentation to our panelists. And at any point in time, if the panelists are allergic to the token/gifts that they're receiving, I understand that there's a policy that the host gets it by default. We invite the PS to the front. Dr. Gale, you're making me wonder about my DNA. Thanks so much. There goes my Happy New Year, Terry Carell. To our panelists. She don't look like she want a bag at all. Thank you. That's one. Make sure you guys keep in count. The bags are fancy and the gifts are heavy. And as we are making these presentations, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our lunch break. Now, Jamaican people, we want you to mix and mingle and to masticate over the things that we have learned today. We do not want you to pull your belts and your buckles and get comfortable in the seats while you mix and you mingle. We would like to try to be back here by 2:45, 2:50, so that we can dive right into our very next panel. So we're going to ask you quickly, as soon as we actually ask you to leave, that you head all the way over to the food court and you try to come back as quickly as possible. Thank you so very much. And we will see you back at what time? 2 what? Oh, you said 2:55. What time am I to see you? 2:45. Latest 2:50 seated so that we may begin. To our panelists, our moderator, our guest speaker, I believe we have some special invited guests. We ask that you just remain seated.
we? Are we fed? Are we good? How was the fish? The chicken? The who had the salad? You see how Jamaican people stay. You ask about the meats and everybody good. Good. You ask about the rice and pea, good. And then you say salad and 2 little and. We hope that you enjoyed your food. To those of you who came back at 2:45, God shall bless you. You shall receive abundance. Your cup will be overflowing for 2025 and beyond. For those of you who came after and those walking in, we will continue to pray for your souls. So now we're at the second part, and we just want to, we thank you for sticking and staying with us. Now, just before we dive into the very last 2 panel discussions, we just want to bring everybody alive because there's something that we suffer from in this hemisphere after we've eaten. It's called ethnic fatigue, yes? And so what we want to do is make sure that we help you to digest the food, but not get too comfortable that you fall asleep when we're doing our panels 2 and 3. The lady I'm about to introduce to the stage is a chart topper, soulful singer, a powerhouse. Raw talent, extremely authentic, and many of us did not get to know who she was until she appeared in front of us on our screens in 2009. She walked away as the digital rising star of 2009. And since then, she's gone to sing with Grace, Tanya Stevens, Marcia Griffiths, Sly and Robbie, and so many more. And no matter where she goes, she hails from Montego Bay, but no matter where she goes, she always keeps it real. Ladies and gentlemen of our social conference, put your hands together for the one and the only Sugar.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I don't want to go that high. I want to be close to you guys. So it's okay for me to be down here with you, right? All right. So I'll be singing some familiar songs for you and with you because I want y'all to join me as we hold a nice vibe. You ready for a vibe? If we can't do it, say, go on, Sugar. All right. There's a land that I have heard about so far across the sea. Your turn. There's a land that I have heard about so far across the sea. Sounding so lovely to have you on my dreamland. Would it be like heaven to me? Yes. See, to have you on my dreamland would it be like heaven to me? We'll live together, yeah, on my dreamland, and we'll have so much fun, yes. See, we'll live together on my dreamland, and we'll have so much fun. The queen of reggae music, Marcia Griffiths, she's celebrating 60 years in music. You can't believe it? When last you said the queen, beautiful. I shall sing as long as I live, and as long as I live. Everybody must have wave some for the queen. Hey, see, I shall sing as long as I, over here, so, as long as I live, I shall sing. I'm old, but I'm young. A little weak, but I know I am strong. Old enough to know what's right. Young enough to dance all night. Too weak to hold it back. Strong enough to give your heart attack. The situation sweet my soul. As long as I live, I shall sing. As long as I live, and as long as I live, I shall sing. See, I shall sing. As long as I live, and as long as I live, I shall sing. Yeah, 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 yeah. You know this next one? This is another bad tune, you know. Let me tell you where it go. Listen. I was drawn into myself, observing all these times. From every angle that I see, my people, they're needing help. Brothers have turned to crime, so they die from time to time. I'd like to ask you leaders, what have you got in mind? Sing, I see the fire spreading, it's getting hotter and hotter. All right, haves would wanna be in the shoes of the have-nots, and the sign is on your door that you will be safe for sure. But if you are in pretense, you're on the wrong side of the fence. Oh, 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 take it on, Mr. DJ. So we're gonna do the part there. Sing. Whoa, whoa, fire burning. One more time, sing. Can we do it one more time? Yeah. Whoa. See him so. We have a bonfire upon the things then we need the fire, don't it? Yeah, man, it's a nice gathering and I'm happy to be here performing for you guys, with you guys, because the choir down here is so nice. Run the next tune. Can I do something original for you? If I can't do it, say go on, sugar. This one is called Love Doctor. My most recent single. It's a little story. Yeah? Check it. Alright, listen me. Call the physician for me. Tonight me need fixing, me feel lonely. I want some loving and my bed is empty. Me need my medicine right away. Boy, write a prescription for me. I need effective care, come treat me slowly. Can't do without my dependency. I need your touch every day. Boy, I'm calling for the love doctor. Love doctor. Cause why? Cause tonight I need some healing. Alright. And I've got to see the love doctor. Whoa. Cause right now I'm in my feelings. Guess what? I'm tired and sick of love songs. Been hugging up my pillows for too long. My body's craving some good loving. Someone to compliment my mood when it's raining. I don't wanna be lonely. Hey, mister. Hey, I need my specialist to sort me out. Ooh. See, I'm calling for the love. Pull it. And give me the next tune right away. Where's the mama? Yeah, sugar. You see, Dream no love me. I want to know me sing the next one here. Bo. Wake the town and tell the people. Say what? No. You don't love me, and I know now. Say what? No. See, you don't love me, yes, I know now. We rock and go along so. You left me, baby. and I got no place to go now. Pull it, and give me the next track. Me just a cut and go through because I know it's a long day, not true? But we needed a little break, a little entertainment, a little vibe, not true? So if me can give you another track, say, go on, sugar. Run it. You see, true, me know, say him not love me. I just this me have to say. Said if we never get a chance to be together, go with ya, sugar love ya. What me say now, say it's a pity. You already have a wife, I wife this, and me have a one man in my life. Rude boy, it is a pity. Bust me fist, it is such a pity. You already my move shy, not true? And me have a one man in my life. Rude boy, it is a pity. I woulda like one of these mornings to wake up and find your face on the pillow lying right next to mine. I woulda cut out the party and the smoking and the rum and bust a extra wine and make we seal up a sun. Yet every time I fantasize, me see your lips, me see your trigger finger do some things. Well, leave this true girl hypnotized. For you it's just a thing, another little fling. But for me this is heaven and the angels them a sing. It's a pity. You already have a wife, and me don't have a man in my life. Good boy, it is a pity. I say it is such a pity. You already have a wife, and me, we say it can still work. You're a cheater, you're wicked. You're gonna message your wife on Instagram. Pull it and give me the next track. This is my final track. You guys having a good time so far? Yeah, man, I respect that. Thank you so much for having me today. The room feels nice and warm, but we have to do the final one and keep it going. And I want everybody to help me sing this last one, because we know it. We have to big up we yard. Because when we check it out loud, me catch you off guard. Hey, so when we check it out loud, run the next track, Mr. Selector. Hey, if you love Jamaica, let me see every Anna wave so right now. You love Jamaica, what's a wave right now? Help me pick up Jamaica, the land of wood and water. Our system might not proper, but we love the vibe, the food and the culture. Whoa, can't you see the beauty of my country? I never knew a serious thing until me reach a foreign. So what a nice place to live, sing. The only problem is what? So what a nice place to live. The only problem. Yeah, man, we have a little problem. We have a little problem with the dollars. That's what I say. And we have some other little problem. We can't talk about it. Pass me the gasoline with a good lighter. No for them deserve it, dash in a fire. Me never know Jamaica would have reached that state, yeah. Where we have a car pan informer. No one here, no blast, it's so strong, yeah. You can't tell me who murder liquor Tina. And no fishy, I sell no market your daughter. She too force ripe in a body rider. Big man, she are just 14. You want 45 from you, I lost off a liquor girl, you're not flex too right. Alright, you know me feel for fight, cause covering liquor daughter. And my child, she a 14. You want 45 from you, I lost off a liquor girl, you're not flex too right. Right, you know me feel for fight, cause covering liquor daughter. Cha, we say sweet, sweet Jamaica. Me a key and me selfish. Me a man banana. Black chocolate man there. Big up on yourself. Thank you guys so much for having me. One love.
Put your hands together for Sugar. I saw her serenading the officer. My little G-Sat baby down there. You should see the man blushing. We want to thank Sugar so much. She came up from Montego Bay just to be here. And I just want, yeah, absolutely. And I just want to acknowledge Nikisha Barnes, who is also here, working in the social work space, who I constantly say it took 3 men to beat her in Digital Rising Stars 2000. And say, I cheer them in the tech for take you down. But good to see you, and thank you for all the work that you continue to do. Now, before we jump into the panel, I do have a presentation, and I would actually like to, but I don't have the presentation, but I'm going to re-invite the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Justice, Mrs. Grace Ann Stewart McFarlane, to kindly make a presentation, and I wait for the token to arrive for her to make the presentation. Kindly make her welcome. I saw her singing and dancing. What a nice place to live. Sweet jam dong. I saw you. I saw you. And by the way, the choir was amazing. Sometimes I get worried when a singer tells the audience to sing the song. You get worried because many of us can't hold 1 and 2 tune. However, we sounded amazing. We have a presentation here inviting Mrs. Grace Ann Stewart McFarlane to make that presentation on behalf of the Ministry of Justice. She looks absolutely lovely, doesn't she? So good to see you. No, I just want you to forgive me. You see, what really happened is that today is her birthday. And if I never lied to her, she wouldn't come on the People Them stage. So this is the song that we're going to...
Friend. Yeah. 1 more year on them. Yeah. Go on 105. Give thanks for life. Next year we doing it again. Yeah, yeah. Happy birthday, yeah, my friend. No. 1 more year on them. Yeah.
You see, while we were calling her up here, here no, which presentation? For who? Nobody never tell me anything. We just want to say on behalf of the ministry, to all the teams, the departments, the divisions, everybody who works in it, we thank you so very much for your unwavering support, the work that you do. You attend 3 million meetings all at the same time. You follow up, you update to make sure that everybody is where they're supposed to do and doing what they do. So we just want to say, happy birthday, Yama friend. 1 more year. Pandem. So I lied. This is actually not for you, but that's the only way we could get you up here. Another round of applause, please, for our peer celebrating her birthday. And she celebrates her birthday in Black History Month, Reggae Month, Love Month, all kind of things happen in February. So now we've gotten the entertainment out of the way, and we want to jump right down into our very last 2 panels, because this is really what we're here to talk about, yeah? We've eaten, we've had a good time, but now let us regroup, let's get our notes if that is what we would like to do. We now enter into the second panel, and the topic, Bridging Gaps in Victim Support Services. Exploring how victim support services can be inclusive and accessible, ensuring that all individuals, regardless of ability, receive support they need to recover. I now re-invite our esteemed moderator, Dr. Nadia Figueroa, to take charge, which I know she will, of not just this panel, but the one that follows. Please make her welcome.
You see me with all of my hydration. After nourishment comes hydration. And I'm welcoming on stage our 4 panelists. And I'm very impressed with how we did the last one. We covered a lot of substantive ground in a succinct and tight way on the stage, such that we could then get to the important part, which is hearing from you guys. So that's the way we'll be doing this round as well, right? And as much as we have the lovely bios, we don't have a chance to go into them fully. So I'm going to do a quick introduction of our esteemed panelists. Dr. Johnson has already expressed what our topic is, and you would notice what I would call the arc across the 3 panels, right? So we're looking at the systemic barriers We're looking at an approach that we feel can get us there, restorative justice. And we're talking about inclusivity and accessibility the entire way. Now, for this panel, we're honing in on the victims now. Right? And for those of you who are in this area, you know that there's a science behind dealing with the victims in order not to have further violence. And we're going to end on the topic that I know has us really energized, which is our next generations. So before they even become victims, worse perpetrators, let's divert them when they're at-risk youth. That's going to be the final panel. So you get the arc. Let me introduce our 4 panelists. I have immediately to my left Ms. Dawn Binns, and that is the Director of Victim Services. We're going to find out what that's about. Then we have Ms. Jacqueline Dillon, Deputy Superintendent of Police. I don't want to get myself into trouble, but you see the branch that she's here representing, it is the branch. So when we talk about national security and we talk about mainstreaming community policing, is that we're trying to do the restorative justice on Ministry of Justice. You got to mainstream where you're really meeting people and partnering with people on the ground. Then very importantly, we have Mr. Nashon Miller. Only guess him work. Isn't that incredible? Say it louder. They're whispering, so I'll say it. Director of the Male Empowerment Unit. So right alongside, we got the facts from Dr. Gale earlier. We got really exercise about what's going on with our boys and men. And I love the fact that we have someone representing male empowerment talking about victims. Fantastic. And then we're going to end with Dr. Charlene Cordesai, who's a child development specialist, counseling psychologist. We're really lucky. So we know the drill. We're going to do our overview, 1, 2, 3, 4. I might pose a few agitations to our panel, and then we go straight over to audience. Yeah? So we will kick off with the Director of Victim Services. What is this? Where is it at? Why is it important?
Thank you, Dr. Nadia. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The Victim Services branch within the Social Justice Division of the Ministry of Justice is a branch that has been given the mandate to bring a corrective balance, so to speak, to the justice system. So traditionally, the justice system focuses on the punitive aspect, which was said earlier, right? The punishment of the offenders. But our branch is focused on the well-being of the person who has been harmed, and that is the victim. So we know the devastating effects that crime and violence has on us as individuals and on our society. Our role is to provide the relevant support, the relevant services, and to coordinate those services that we do not directly provide for the victims to be able to help them to get back to a state of normalcy. Right? Some of the services that we provide directly include emotional support, counseling, court support, whereby we accompany the victims to court. We prepare them, especially children, for the court process in terms of orientating them as to what to expect, who they can expect to interact with when they go to court, and also provide what we call readiness reports, which helps the court to know where the individual is at, if they're ready to take the stand, if they're ready to give their testimony, and that sort of thing. We also do crisis intervention, public education and sensitization, and we provide technical services. So one of the things that we do, as I mentioned earlier, is that we network with other agencies to be able to provide a holistic range of services and support for victims. We operate based on what we call a victim-centered approach. In that, we focus on the needs of the victim.
Thank you. And then over to JCF. I know I can provoke you a little bit. You guys care about the perpetrators. You're out there to catch the perpetrators. How do victims get involved?
Good afternoon, Doc, other panelists, the audience. I represent the Community Safety and Security branch of the JCF. Our role and function is really community engagement, working closely with victims of crime and violence, also working with external partners to ensure that the needs of victims of crime are met. And so for community safety, we are in the schools through the Safe School program. We are in your communities through the Neighborhood Watch program. We are also in your communities through the Police Youth Club program, and the recently added program is the Domestic Violence Intervention Unit. We work directly with other stakeholders, such as the Bureau of Gender Affairs, Restorative Justice Centers. We work with the courts to ensure that victims of crime and violence are assisted in ensuring that the continuum of care is met. And so for JCF, many of you will see us as solely law enforcement, that is enforcement of the law. But we go beyond that. We are in your schools, communities, churches. We are in your local community groups. We are just about everywhere. We are in the nook and crannies just to ensure that we are able, while we enforce the law, we know that there may be justice issues that arise out of enforcing the law. And therefore, the Community Safety and Security Branch is that arm that ensure that when we go into the community, we have one-on-one discussion with community members. We have one-on-one discussion with victims of crime. We have one-on-one discussion with stakeholders so that when we intervene or when we do our interventions, it is in the best interest of that community or that victim of crime.
Thank you. So I'm hearing it's the individual victims, but it's also steady attention to the community and engagement of the community. Over to you, Mr. Miller, when we say male empowerment.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. All right, so Male Empowerment Unit. So some of you may know that before we turned Bureau of Gender Affairs, we were Bureau of Women's Affairs. So in the 70s, the government decided to focus on women and girls because they were involved in national development. So they decided to put more resources, empowering women and girls so they can be a part of national development. And also to help them achieve their full potential and not just depend on men. Because at the time, our culture was that men would go out there and take care of the family while the women stay home. So you recognize that a lot of changes happen over time where women and girls are concerned in terms of empowerment. Women in boardrooms, the head of many companies, Jamaica Defense Force, head of Jamaica Defense Force is a female. The head of Jamaica Customs, we had a female prime minister. And you see changes regarding our women and girls. But over time, we also recognize that our men and boys were suffering significantly. And many of their needs go unaddressed, right? So in 2016, the minister decided to rename from Bureau of Women's Affairs to Bureau of Gender Affairs to now place some of that emphasis on our men and boys. Because if you talk about life chances, you will look at certain categories. We're talking about education. And what does our education look like when it comes to women, girls and boys, right? Major disparity. We talk about crime and violence. Over 98% of victims of violent crimes are male. Dr. Gale spoke about it, right? We talk about suicide rate. Over 90% of suicide rates, men, mental illness, and I can go on and on. So the life chances of a boy child look dark, right? So minister asked for the male decks to re-establish the male decks. And from that, there was some resistance in a lot of sectors, but then people start to come around. I recognize that Jamaica's situation is a bit different. Caribbean people's situation is a bit different. Because while we have international development partners and they will have different ways of talking about gender, recognize gender is not just about women. It's also about men and boys, right? So as I said, we moved from the male decks and now we're at Male Empowerment Unit. And we'll talk further about some of the things that we're doing and why it is important for men and also men who are victims.
Thank you. And on to Charlene. Thank you so much. Dr. Cordes.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to be talking a little bit about supporting child and youth victims and just focusing right now the discussion on, since we're talking about bridging some of the gaps, first outlining what some of those gaps actually are as it relates to our young people when they find themselves in situations where they're exposed to violence and abuse. And one of the main things that I want to highlight is the sort of lack of multi-agency coordination. We talk about this a lot, but it really is one of the issues. And I know that some things are happening. Panelists have mentioned that. But there is a way for us to go. And this is because when you have young people who have been exposed to violence, child victims, they have to interact with many agencies, as we know. And this means police, social workers, the healthcare sector, schools, legal services. And if they're not talking to each other, we can have some real issues. And one of those main issues is the fact that children have to continuously tell their story. And this leads to situations where we can open them up to re-traumatization. And it's really something that we want to minimize. And we've been trying to do work, like through Sisoka and the one-stop shop, but there's a lot of scope and room for more. And also in those situations, bringing more agencies to be a part of that one-stop shop. So we need a unified response, and we need also a unified referral and a standardized referral mechanism. This is one of the issues because, again, we want to avoid the issue of children falling through the cracks. And I thought it was wonderful what Tanya said earlier about coming from a rights-based approach and looking at who is falling through the cracks and who we are not serving. And I think children and youth very much fall into this category. And so we really want to make sure that everyone, all children, are getting the care that they need and not falling through the cracks. And so in Jamaica, a lot of it depends on relationships and knowing somebody and calling somebody who can help you out. And, you know, I mean, I've done that many times, and that's how people get through. But the truth is that when somebody leaves the agency or, you know, a system changes or something happens and people don't know, we find that we have more and more young people falling through the cracks. And so how we can solve this problem is by trying to have a kind of centralized case management system. This is something that has worked in other places, so that we can have seamless communication and coordination between the various agencies that are trying to support child and youth victims. The other thing I wanted to mention in terms of gaps and what we need to do to solve that is that really dealing with children and young people, you need specialized training. And while there are many people who are, you know, very good, work well with children, you still need to have that specialized training. And I mean, I think that's something that we need to promote more here in Jamaica. We have insufficient training as it relates to that. And this is for all professionals, the police, the healthcare workers, teachers, social workers. We need to make this mandatory, I think, and just to ensure that we have this child-specific training out there. Because if we have inadequate training, what we find is the same thing I heard echoing with those folks who are talking about persons with disabilities. People think children are, they sometimes can dismiss what they're saying, they don't understand, they're too young, they don't remember, they're not old enough. And this might mean if you're dealing with a 3-year-old, I mean, you're going to have to use other mechanisms to get, you know, victims come in at all ages. And so how do we support them when, you know, we don't have all the tools that we usually use with people who are coming in? So I think that's something very important. And there are specialized things that we have to do with children if we want to support them properly. I won't bother talk about the point I have here about barriers to accessing services for children with disabilities, because I think we have talked a lot about that. But only just to say that we know that children with disabilities are at higher risk for you know, exploitation, abuse, violence. And so because we know that they can be overlooked, and we need to ensure that we have not only specialized child-specific training, but specialized training for those children who also have disabilities, and looking at some of those issues as well. We need more Tonys in the system so that, you know, we can make sure we have like that sign language support and all the various things that we need to make sure that children with disabilities are also included in what we're doing. Something I feel very strongly about too is a big gap in terms of staff burnout and vicarious trauma. Because one of the things that we have discovered, one of the things that we have discovered working with agencies who work with victims and survivors is that and I hear it from everyone. I've heard it from the police, from victim services, from healthcare workers, from teachers, from guidance counselors. They themselves are extremely traumatized by just having to listen to these stories every day, working with people, seeing the same situations in the same families happening over and over again. You can't, it's just like on the plane where you have to put your mask on first before you can then help someone else. If our frontline workers are not feeling strong and having all the resources and all the tools that they need to support others, the whole system is going to break down. And we're not going to see any improvement in what is happening in Jamaica. So I think that we really need to have trauma management for our frontline workers, right?
We're going to circle back to you on that because I feel it's clearly such a critical point.
Yes.
Yeah. Did you have more for the overview?
I'm going to finish. I know you know I can talk, so I'll just go and try and wrap it up very soon. Limited resources and in sustained investment. Only just to say that a lot of things are good. I think we know what to do, but the problem is that we are not able to put all of the resources into making sure that these things are sustained. We're not going to see, we need long-term follow-up if we're going to truly support child, any victims, but child and youth victims in particular, because they experience a disruption in their development. And so it's impacting all areas of a child's life. And so we really need, it can't just be that you go to counseling for 6 weeks and that's it, right? It needs to be something that we invest in and sustain so that we can break this cycle of violence that we're in here in Jamaica, because it's such a high violence context and victims become perpetrators, and we all know the cycle. We don't have to get into that. And then finally, as it relates to one of the other gaps, has to do with the cultural stigmas affecting reporting and support of child victims. We know that there's a strong culture of silence, especially when it comes to child sexual abuse. And if we are going to bridge some of these gaps in service provision, we have to also deal with the cultural issues that are holding us back from reporting, from supporting, from being there for the child and not ostracizing children who are victims, right? So this is very important. Many victims and their families fear ostracization, retaliation, being disbelieved, and as I said, that leads to the underreporting. And also there's a lack of child-friendly reporting mechanisms, and I think this is very important because we've been talking about how do we actually change our services or change what we're doing so that it's more inclusive. And so we have to have a way for children to actually be able to do some of these things themselves. And we do have some helplines and we have been making some strides, but there's always a lot more to do. And then, of course, public awareness so that we can make sure everybody knows what's going on. And that's it.
She's looking at me like that because, you know, she and I do these panels a lot together, but you're always so thorough, you know, and so I'm going to do that moderator thing of just underlining a bit because I don't want us to miss anything that just came out as far as some of the challenges and some of the constraints that we're facing now that we've turned the corner of appreciating how important victim services and support is. So we're hearing everything from the ability to set our own priorities, our own target populations when we look at resourcing, and a lot of it coming from multilaterals. We're hearing about the ability to be consistent and sustained in the resourcing because it's not a one-off often, we have to keep it going. We're hearing more locally now the multi-agency issues. Sometimes we're working in silos. So when you think of a victim who's at a disadvantage and under-supported, having to traverse all of that trouble. And then you brought to mind a lot of the cultural attitudinal. I'm thinking of Ms. Pinnock again, representing disabilities on the first panel. Cultural, attitudinal, relational. To me, the stigma 100% comes to that. So I want you guys to think a little bit for me because I want us to share a bit of an unpacking of when we say gender-informed and trauma-informed responses. Those are two buzzwords I know are going around a lot right now in both justice and security. And I think that helps us to understand what we mean when we say really looking at our males at risk and looking at our children. But before we go there, I heard you nodding when Doc was speaking about the gaps. So as a person who's in charge for the Justice Ministry now on the delivery of these victim services, what are some of the gaps that are highest priority for you?
Well, Dr. Cordes, she did give my list of gaps already, and I thank her. But yeah, so the gaps that she mentioned are right across the board. I know she was specifically referring to services to children, but it's right across the board.
One of the first things is that, as Minister said earlier, we're doing well, but there is room for improvement. There are other things that need to be done so that we can ensure that the persons who really need our services are able to access our services. And, you know, one of the things that, if you indulge me for 20 seconds, I need to big up and commend my team. I may be the face up here today, but my team members, stand up team members, quickly, please make them see, you know. These are the persons who are in the trenches.
Clap them, supporting our victims.
Yes, these are the persons who are working directly with the victims. These are the persons who feed the information to me that I can come up here and look good today, yes. But yeah, and it's not an easy task. One of the things that Doc mentioned is about the care for the frontline workers. And I can tell you that it is something that we have struggled with over the years to be able to provide that care for the staff members so they don't experience burnout and that sort of thing. Yes, it's on the ministry's agenda, more so now, to really have a program in place, but that is one of the gaps. Because like she said, if these persons are not able to function, then the persons who need to access the services from us cannot get the services.
Watch me put it on the spot. Whose work is that? That front line, because we started with the training, we started with the capacity building. There's so much more to go as far as understanding how to deal with a child victim, how to deal with a disabled or differently abled victim. As a woman who might be a social worker, teacher, health provider, how to deal with young men. Sometimes as an older man who has learned certain things, how not to perpetuate that in how you're dealing with young men. So all of that learning. But then we're also hearing we need to take a trauma-informed approach to our front line. So we're not just training them constantly and building capacity. We have to support them and support them through the trauma and the triggers that they're dealing with. Whose work is that? What ideas do we have around that? What are some of the solutions for that? So and Doc, I see you smiling, so I'm coming to you next.
For me, it's on two fronts. One, we empower the staff to be able to properly self-care. Yeah, because there's a place for that, and they have to also know, identify certain things within themselves and take the responsibility to help themselves. On the organizational front, there is a responsibility for the organization to provide, the level of care that is needed for the frontline workers. So in addition to training, yes, and, empowering, that sort of thing, there needs to be consistent debriefing. So one of the things that we do at Victim Services is that every week on a Thursday, it's an administrative day. So that's a day when you complete your reports, your files, etc., etc. In addition to that, there should be a debriefing time. So a time when colleagues sit together, talk about cases that they had to deal with during the week, and debrief with each other. How would you deal with this? How do you handle this sort of thing? And that helps to ease the burden and deal with some of the trauma that they too face. Yeah. So that is one of the things that we do. But like I said, it's on both fronts. Yeah.
It's the same framework that Mrs. Chambers was talking about around there's a right with responsibility. So you have a right for care from the organization, but then you also have a responsibility for your own self-care. And why I wanted to draw you out about that, you might have thought that was a small practice, having a one day that is an administrative day to check in with self, to clear the backlog. But I'm sure there are other leaders of units who could actually take that on, and it would make a difference for their front line. I want to go to Ms. Dillon quickly because I can barely think of a frontline force that would be more traumatized than police officers. And we don't often think of them in this way. And when we hear the horror stories and the heart drop, we're thinking about the deaf woman who got traumatized trying to report the rape. We're thinking about the child trying to find support from a police officer not sure where to go. And we often don't extend to think of the fact that those police officers are traumatized themselves. So I was wondering if there's anything from your perspective of that vicious cycle, traumatize police officer, traumatize a citizen, traumatize a victim, then right back around.
All right, so for the JCF, we have a system in place to deal with police officers debriefing when they are traumatized. The problem is, like what Ms. Bin says, is that oftentimes our members don't seek the help readily. There's always this stigma around whether or not when I seek help, it's going to impact my job, and whether or not it's going to stop my promotion, or whether or not it's going to stop my personal development. And so, as a manager, and I'm in charge of a number of persons in the domestic violence unit, and by extension, the domestic violence intervention centers, where we see thousands of persons per year. When we have one police officer dealing with over 800 persons in a year, we have to debrief them. So every quarter, we pull the center managers and we go through a system of debriefing to help them, because they are not only dealing with domestic violence cases, they do regular police duties as well. And so that's triple effect. And then having to go home and deal with the issues within your own home, sometimes it takes a toll. And so the JCF has a system with the medical services branch and the chaplaincy services branch to debrief our members once it is brought to the fore. But like every human being, sometimes our members hide, you know, the fact that they are going through these challenges, having to deal with all of these cases, and at the same time have to interact with the public. And sometimes they don't come off right, and everybody's at you, and you feel like you're doing nothing right. And so our systems are in place to kind of pull back when we see some of these things. But then we rely a lot on the public to kind of see it for us, because sometimes we don't see it because the members don't speak, and sometimes it's often when they go out on the road, something happened, then you know that, no, you need to pull this person. So I agree with you. Quickly, another gap that I looked at when we talk about victims of crime is the fact that our join-up approach is so disjointed. We don't follow up. We don't do good follow-ups. We make contact with a victim of crime and we deal with the situation immediately, but then we never thought about what happens further down the road. And that is why it is important for us at Community Safety and Security Branch to always be in the community so that we can follow up. Because an investigator is going to focus on taking the matter to court, but who focus on the victim to ensure that that other component of what the victim goes through, that trauma, is dealt with. And that is where we come in from community safety and even makes it a little bit more challenging, because a lot of times the public see the hardcore operational aspect of the JCF, and sometimes we don't see the community engagement and the rationale behind the community engagements.
So this engagement with community and this care of victims is essential to prevention of further crimes and violence, full stop. And I think it's so ironic but important that we're here talking about centering the victim and care for the victim, but what comes to the fore is that we have to care for those who are caring for the victim and care for those who are even interacting with the victim. So I hope you guys are getting your questions ready, because you're up next, right? Or we don't like to work our panelists and not have good provocations and questions to them. But the last thing I wanted to say to Mr. Miller and to Dr. Cordesai, I like unpacking these fancy words. And we talk a lot about gender-informed at every level. Like in education, we've been lacking from a gender-informed point of view. If we were informed in a gender perspective, we wouldn't have our boys trailing so far behind, full stop. I know it comes up in dealing with victims as well. So I just wanted to get any tidbits from you guys. I know we can't do an 8-week training in sensitization in dealing with young men and dealing with children, but what are some of the things at the fore of being gender-informed, trauma-informed, especially when dealing with our young men and our children, that we could all take away with us?
Okay, all right. So one of the things, well, Dr. Herbert Gailey on it earlier, about having these uncomfortable conversations, especially conversations surrounding men and boys, right? I think oftentimes the data is there, but we tend to ignore them. When I talk about gaps and barriers, one of the things I tend to look at is the collection of data, but also the reporting, where we will see it there, and we tend to overlook it because the data has been showing for the longest time that our boys in education are significantly behind. However, we put it down to maybe they just don't want to learn. Dr. Gail spoke about, the food on the rooftop, right? Is it that they really don't want to learn? Or there you go, it's out of reach, right? When we recognize gaps where our girls are concerned, we put in special temporary measures. We do different things to ensure that, hey, they are empowered. But we just put it down when it comes to our males that, hey, they are just not interested, right? So if we look at the data, and we can go in data and talk about, people can show data showing one thing and totally ignore the other side because it doesn't suit their agenda. So we have to be honest when we're collecting data and reporting data. If I do a room check right now, we're talking about victim service, and if I ask, what the man them there? What the man them there? Now, normally when I do ask what the man them there, the entire room, no, loud. But when we're looking in these spaces, we don't find men at the gender development dialogue. We don't find our men there. And we say we want them there, but when they do come and they open their mouth, we push them back and say excuses. When we see a Dr. Herbert Gale, we say, oh, we don't want, you know, many times I said Dr. Herbert Gale in a conversation, and people be like, right? Because they don't want to hear. They don't want to deal with those issues. Because gender is not about men and boys, right? And I'm a student of Dr. Gale. You talk about working in 17. I've been to Trinidad with Dr. Herbert Gale, right? We're looking at a lot of social issues, but issues surrounding our boys and our men is just something that is not readily accepted. Because when, again, as I said, I've been at a lot of tables, and they will say, hey, Nashan, we need some help. What you need help with? We need help from our men and boys in terms of tackling crime against women and girls, violence against women and girls. And I say, but they themselves need help. No, we're not interested in them. We're only interested in how they can help women and girls. And I'm like, hold up. So someone is hurting, and you're telling them that you're not interested in them, but you want them to help. Right? And you see, come across tons of examples. And my dear friend here, DSP Dylan. But even in crime situation, I've seen in communities where I had this experience. I was at a human rights conference, and I received a call that, you know, police is in the community basically gathering males, right? Community that I'm from. And my brothers are in the truck. And I say, why? Because the day before, a little girl, some shootout, and a little girl died. And the police came in, and they round up the first. You see women, you see elder, you see disabled, you see dog, you see jankro. Everybody's outside, but in the truck, men. And I say, what is going on here? Because they say, oh, I call the soup, and she say, oh, just go and tell the ground commander that your brothers and thing, because they're supposed to go to one other interview and one, and you know it's early morning. So when I reach there and I look in this, what I say, this young man just played Manning Cup final over the weekend. That one is that. But what caused them to be in that truck? Nothing other than the fact that they're males. And if you're a male, you're a perpetrator. We talk about the 3 Ps. And this is not economics. I'm not talking about pricing. We're talking about men being seen as providers, protectors, and perpetrators, not as victims. Right? So when are we going to get to the point where we recognize that men are also victims? That little girl that died, a lot of them, most if not all of them, knew that little girl, and they were hurting also. So where's the counseling for them? Instead, we make that situation worse by taking them and rounding them and saying we're going to process them because they fit the profile. And our Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedom state that freedom of discrimination on the basis of being male and female. But here we are practicing wide-scale discrimination when it comes to our men and boys. Because from your male, chances are you're a perpetrator.
So I hate to wrap it up because there's so much goodness you're giving us, but I think that's the place to leave it for now, because when you talk about the rights, what we're hearing strongly from you is that the young men, the boy child, have just as much as a right to care.
There you go.
As a girl child.
There you go.
You know, and the gender dynamic, to me, I've come to understand is not one or the other separate, is the two together.
Yes.
What's going on with our boys and girls together. And I love that you guys have such the rapport that you could give that real example, because I think of a young man on a truck scrape up for even 2 hours amongst other young men. He's become a victim. Yes. I think of him in the lockup overnight. And if he's not dealt with after that experience, my gosh, see the ladder right there? Victim to distrustful to feeling disrespectful to potentially vulnerable to being recruited to. So what I wanted to hear from Doc just very quickly, because we talked about the gender-informed men, but we can't leave out our young people. For those who are interacting with or have teams who are interacting with children, may have been victims, certainly exposed to trauma, but we don't have the training. What are some of the things to keep front of mind? And then we'll hear from the audience.
Okay, thank you. I think just one simple point I want to make is that children and adults process trauma differently. And we have to, Dion Down spoke about victim services being victim-centered. And I think it's also important to remember that when we're dealing with youth and children, it also has to be child-centered. And we have to recognize that children are processing things differently than adults. The same strategies are not going to necessarily work. And we have to also, the young person that was up here in the first panel was talking about, how you talk with young people and some of the barriers of communication and those types of things. And it's the same with children. You have to be specially trained. And I know that the social justice branch, Jamie Ann, had been speaking with me about how I don't know where she is. Yes, and Restorative Justice, speaking about how we can actually train the individuals who are going out there to work more with children and relate more with children. That's very important. I think that just recognizing the different types of trauma, that there's a history, that there's a context, that in Jamaica children are poly-victimized, not just children, but since I'm talking about children, meaning that you're experiencing trauma, violence at school, in your community, in your home. You're also witnessing it, so you're also seeing other adults and loved ones. This is how people are dealing with violence. And even from very, very young, I think that we start a lot of the work that we're doing in schools, in our curriculums, way too late. Yeah. We need to be talking at the basic school level, the preschool level, about some of these issues, talking about how you can deal with conflict, how we can also talk about these issues of trauma and abuse in a way that's accessible to children and young people. And so keeping it child-centered, keeping it trauma-informed, which means just recognizing that there is a history of trauma and a bias that we all have, and bring that to the table. And I think, again, as I said, just communication. How can we be child-friendly in our services?
Yeah. You're calling us all to be more courageous in what we pay attention to, in moving past the stigma, in being the person to say, okay, it's hard, but I'll have the uncomfortable conversation. I will be the person to say, hold on, who's missing here, right? Questions. This has been a sobering one, but sometimes we have to get sober, right? Do we have any questions when we're talking about victim support services? I see hands, yes. I know this time we have mics in the audience to run around because we have less mics up here on purpose. So could we have a runner with the mic? Oh, there's a standing mic. Fantastic. And if anyone would... Thank you. Apologies. If I knew it was there, I'd have pointed out. And there's another one right there. So questions on this area. Let's have them now. And then we will ask panelists for the third panel and final panel just to be on standby for us, okay? You guys know who you are.
Good afternoon, everyone. I feel so lonely. I am an Enabling Environment Officer at the Ministry of Health, HSTU, and for me, my target population are those with HIV. Now, when we think about victim support, I just want to know, how much do we think about the intersectionalities? So, for example, Miss Dillon, and I hope that we can speak after because I have something on my desk for you. When we talk about GBV, gender-based violence, and the clients that come to your center, right? Are we equipped to deal with someone who faced two issues, gender-based violence, as well as HIV. How do we deal with it, right? What is it in place? More good, it's doctor over there? I don't remember.
Dr. Cordesai.
Dr. Cordesai, yes. She spoke about referral mechanisms, and I just want to know how much of what is the mechanism that we have in place, right?
All right, for the domestic violence intervention centers, we have a referral system. That is where we work closely with the Ministry of Health through the public health facilities. That is why we work with other agencies. So when a victim comes to us for help, they don't tell us that I'm HIV positive unless it impacts the situation that they're coming to talk about, the domestic violence. So many times when they come, we don't know because we don't ask them, are you HIV? That's not for us, right? But if that victim comes to us and say, look, this domestic violence situation is as a result of me being HIV positive, or I was given the disease by my partner, and this is what is causing the conflict. This is where now we pull in the Ministry of Health. This is where now we partner with the Ministry of Health to look at the medical aspect of it. We have our counselors to deal with the mental aspect of it, because we are aware of what it does to an individual mental health. And in the continuum of care, it's not just the police. We are just the first responders who assess a situation based on the assessment. Then we make our referrals. And once the referral is made to an organization, then we continue to do the follow-up with the victim or the person who comes to us for help. If it is that they need to get into the court, then we assist them in getting to the court for whatever orders that they may need. If it's a case that they need shelter, this is where I work very closely with the Bureau of Gender Affairs, my team and I, and other agencies that offer the kind of shelter and support. Because remember now, as the police, we are law enforcement and we are doing prevention, all right? And so it is critical for us in that continuum of care to ensure that we make the referral to the other agencies.
Thank you, but I also want to thank you, Mr. Lund. I still need to speak to you. But for our victim support, Director of Victim Support? I also want to know, like, how, it could be anything, not just HIV, but how do we account for those intersectionalities? Because oftentimes we don't. Nashan spoke to men being perpetrated, and Nashan did some sessions for me. I don't know if you remember when I was at MSSUE, and we often talk about men being perpetrators, but we also live in a Jamaica where we don't just have heterosexual relationships. So, provoking the thought right there.
So, the philosophy of victim services is underpinned by neutrality, equality, and those concepts. One of the things, just as DSP said, is that we are not necessarily concerned with certain things unless it has direct bearing on the situation at hand. So if it is that you're homosexual and you come to us for services, you get your services, yeah? And we try to ensure that, as I mentioned earlier, we work with networking partners because we know that we can't do it all. And, there are different agencies that have their specializations, etc. So we have also a strong referral mechanism whereby once the needs are identified, we will refer the individuals, we will assist in making the relevant contact, that sort of thing, to ensure that they're able to get the service that they may need, be it medical service, be it something to do with shelter, whatever the situation may be. We will assist them in terms of getting that. So one of the things that Charlene mentioned earlier is in terms of the coordination and the collaboration. Yeah, it is a big thing for us in terms of, because we've always promulgated the need for the multi-agency approach. Right? And it's something that we are still driving for. It's something that we still want to see happen so that we can ensure that victims are able to get the holistic support that they need, irrespective of what is presented.
I think we have one more from the floor, which will be just right. So you you'll wrap us up with the last provocation for this.
Good afternoon, Reverend Dr. Nadia Henry Dunbar. So I must applaud you, Madam Director, for Victim Services, of the one empowering your officers. I like the fact that you highlighted them. That goes a long way. And secondly, for the fact that you guys have debriefing. And so for all the frontline employees, I find that is so important. And I know that Madam Director of the Jamaica Constabulary Force, in the office that you sit in, you had said that many of them, they do not come after having some traumatic experience. But what we find is that persons that are a part of it, they don't come. They're hardly ever going to come, as what your stats is showing. So I wonder what it would look like if instead of them coming, that the resources or the opportunities are provided for them, so it doesn't become incumbent on us on the street to say, that officer seems as if he's always grumpy, there's an issue. But if like weekly, because whenever an officer, I find that I've worked in the healthcare system in the US for so long, and whenever a doctor goes through something, at the end of every shift we have a debriefing. Because if not, by the time they come for the next surgery, whatever went wrong in the first surgery, but I find that just the huddle that we do before, after the shifts, and they say, you know, I thought I did that, and it might be just the nurse on the shift that says, no, that's not what happened, and it helps to provide some clarity, because we can't do this without you. We can't do this without the persons that work with you. And so I wonder what it would look like if instead of us retaliating or responding, that we provide the necessary resources and necessary empowerment resources within the organization. It might be at a unit level, that they have unit huddles. It might be at the department level. However your organization is structured, if that could be something that we could explore.
All right, so when a police officer is involved in any form of shooting or that kind of trauma event, they are pulled immediately and they go through counseling. That's standard. It's a part of our policy to ensure that aspect. So whilst a police officer involved in a shooting that happened, you're talking about the other police officer who may not be involved in shooting, but they are involved in other things that are traumatizing. They don't readily seek help. So whilst it's mandatory for a group, it's not necessarily mandatory for another group.
I want to underline two things. It's my favorite thing about being a moderator. You get to push to what I call the blue sky, the big horizon. But before I do that, because the same thing you said about policy and incentivizing people to uptake the services, we have to take our time. As we discussed earlier, don't make the policy without centering the people that the policy are for, but you can incentivize people for them to understand you've got to go to that counseling session. It's a part of your work. You know, and you know what? If you're a colleague who is constructively pointing out 2 and 3 over the years who need the support, you know what? You're a champion. We need to incentivize that as well. We need it in our school system, our health system, definitely with our police. If we're not doing that, then we're playing around. The other pie in the sky issue, and anyone who's on the violence prevention side, oh my gosh, you know those CRMs that you have in businesses that are serious about making money from their customers? And they docket every bit of information about you? Barbados right now is setting up that type of system where they call it from cradle to death. Education, immunization, which counselor you had to go, detail and well securitized such that you're not exposing the trauma of a child who's determined they don't want it exposed. You're not having access to that part of their file unless you require it, but it is there in one centralized place. I think we have to dream big so then we can do the little incremental steps to get there, because these things are possible. These things are possible. Did you have a burning? You did. Okay, so you're the last one, and then I think are we handing over to Dr. Johnson to do the thank you? Yeah? Yes, perfect. For these panelists. So we have our last provocation.
So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nikisha Barnes. I'm with the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and I'm standing in the position of the Director of Social Work, having 20 years of work in the HIV program prior. So what I heard on the panel made me smile, because I heard issues around joint-up approach. And in my mind, I'm thinking, what about a national response for the victims? where we have a coalition of all our sectors that meet on a routine basis with a terms of reference that speaks to that, so that when somebody enters, we have an intake form that transitions that person straight through all the steps that are needed. And we are meeting routinely to discuss best practices and standards, and we're sharing across all our ministries so that we're responding in one voice. Because what I heard was, you're doing your little piece, I'm doing my little piece, but it's never coming together for the person who needs it, who should be at the center of the response. And coming from health, I can tell you it's been a challenge for us. So we look at technical working groups as something that we can navigate, because we recognize we don't have all the resources in our one ministry. It's not housed just with us. That collaboration needs to be standardized. We need memorandums of understanding so that when I call upon you, you're held accountable for your portion in the response. You're not just giving me a token response because you need to come. You feel like it, or as a link, or because I know you, I can call you specifically. It's standard. It means that when this part of my action plan is triggered, your entity responds. It trickles down into somebody's work plan because somebody's going to be held accountable. A PMAS comes up, what's your indicator for that? Because it should be reflected from the bigger picture all the way down, because we're responding to the needs of people.
We had to hear you. We had to hear you. At this time in the proceedings, there's a true believers in the room, you know. So there's no reason why some technical leads, you know who you are, can't get together and begin to enact part of what was just put out on the floor. Congratulations to Ms. Chevans and her team, because she really has the right people in here. You have all of the ministries. I see you weren't just tending to your own ministry. But we're going to thank these panelists. Clap them, clap them, clap them, because we still have one more to go.
Fantastic conversation. Thank you for the participation. Nikisha, thank you for that as well. I'd like to invite Sharon Betancourt, Acting Director, Restorative. Why is this word giving me so much trouble? For the entire day, you know. For the entire day, I feel like I want to bust my tongue. Restorative, or restorative, depending on your pronunciation, justice, to help us to present tokens to our panelists, just to thank them so very much for taking the time. We invite you to the front. Go and collect your little things. If your car is too small to carry the bag, the host gets by default. And as soon as those two are done, I'm going to invite Vanessa Clark, Director, Child Diversion, to make the other two presentations. So how come nobody never tell me that DSP dress looks so good, man? She don't even have to dry clean it. Just send it to my yard. Thank you so very much. Was looking on the video and all I could see was just, you know, her face, just from her torso up. But when she stand up a while ago, I said, what's up? Lovely. Thank you so very much to our panelists. Learning a lot more about victim support, what that looks like, the people behind victim support, and how we actually need to support those people who are support systems for victims themselves. Thank you so very much, Doc. And last but not least, our moderator who has ably taken us through the first two panels, Dr. Nadia Figueroa. Thank you for the amazing job. I invite Jamie and Chevans to make a presentation to Dr. Nadia Figueroa. She was supposed to have been here to moderate all three, but because of an engagement, and we know we are a bit behind, she has to leave prematurely, which now means that I have very large feet and shoes and clothes to fill, but I certainly will do my best. She did a fantastic job. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for our panelists. As we move right into our very final panel, we're going to try to make this lightning quick, but still substantive, so that we can get through this as quickly as possible.
So if you are panelists for panel 3, we're talking about child diversion. I invite you so that we can get through this, and we want to just thank you so very much for sticking and staying with us. I know many of you might have had commitments, you might have had to make arrangements just to stay with us over time. Thank you so very much. I invite my panelists, Miss Vanessa Clark, Director, Child Diversion. We just saw her a while ago making presentation. Miss Jacqueline Dillon, Deputy Superintendent of Police, JCF. Mrs. Hyacinth Blair, Senior Director, Child Affairs and Policy Division. Thank you so very much. From the Ministry of Education, Skills. Oh, we're getting another seat. Thank you. Go right ahead. And we have Dr. Patrice Charles, Charles King. Thank you so very much for being here. Now, naturally, I know that Dr. Figueroa would have had emails or maybe indirect or direct conversations with you. I'm simply filling in, and I'm going to try to follow the format as best as possible, or the format that she had. This particular panel discussion is Child Diversion, a pathway to youth empowerment, examining child diversion programs that prioritize rehabilitation over punitive measures for Jamaica's children. I'm going to start following the same format. I'm going to give each person 5 minutes just to kind of understand what the role is or the task is as it relates to child diversion. Does anyone want to go right ahead, or do I just go eeny, meeny, miny, mo? I'll start with Miss Vanessa Clark, Director, Child Diversion. Wait, I didn't know it was a wait. I thought you were. Considering the topic of the panel, welcome. Thank you so very much for being here. Considering the topic is child diversion, I'm going to start with you simply because of your task, your role. You're given 5 minutes just to set the standard, set the tone. There might be persons here who are not even familiar with child diversion. Your 5 minutes starts now.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
And a special afternoon to my special guest, Mr. Lee. We have been talking all morning about young people, especially young men in Jamaica. I want to invite you to take a moment and think about a young man growing up in Jamaica. Let's say he's about 15. Good student, is doing well. He just started a new school. He wants to fit into a group. And for whatever reason, the task is to follow us to a supermarket to take something out of the supermarket. It so happens that on that day is the day that the whole group gets caught. Right? This young man is caught, arrested, charged with an offense. What do we do with that child? I also want to invite you to look at it a different way. A young man again, he's growing up. He has been exposed sexually to abuse. Children learn by mimicking. So let's say this same young man goes up and he meets another girl. And for whatever reason, he decides that, okay, I'm going to teach you what I know. And in that moment, someone finds out, an adult. This young man is again arrested and charged. Wouldn't it be lovely to have a society that would have a program that would sit with those young men to find out what took place and to provide the intervention relating to the underlying situation and not necessarily the issue that they're faced with? I want to say we do have that program in place in Jamaica. It is beautiful because 6 years ago, young men who were faced with situations like that didn't have that option. Child diversion began in 2020, and it focuses on children who come into conflict with the law. And the aim of the program is to rehabilitate, re-socialize, and to reintegrate these young people. We want to understand what contributed to you committing such an offense or attempting to commit that offense. And while we understand that, we also treat with the factors that will contribute to you offending again. So the beautiful part of the program is if that child continues the program and is compliant, if they're charged, so we can get referrals from the court or the police. So if that child completes the program, the matters before the court or the police would be dismissed. So I want to say, Child Diversion is a program that helps young people to get a second chance and to make better decisions, and also to understand that things that they might have learned as young people or are growing up may not be the right decisions. So we're here to provide the interventions, and we invite you all to just utilize the program as much as possible.
Thank you so very much for that. And congratulations. I know a lot of times when we speak about justice, and we've heard the term punitive and punishment, and they need to learn from their mistakes and the repercussions, but very few times do we actually stop and realize, one, they still are children, many of them still very much minors, and to ask ourselves, how can we intervene to ensure that this does not happen again? Dr. Patrice Charles King, clinical psychologist. Counseling psychologist, forgive me, I'm going off the notes. I'm so sorry about that. Could you kindly explain to me, as we heard about what Ms. Vanessa Clark had said in terms of why this program is necessary, rehabilitation, how do we intervene, and what is the role or the responsibility or your view about child diversion and the program?
Okay, thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. So I have a very unique perspective on the program, and my responsibility, I guess, it's also unique. So not only am I a director for the Child Diversion program, but I'm also one of the psychologists that work with the children for CDP, but I also work with the children for victim support. So I have that unique perspective of looking at both the perpetrator and the victim, and I can tell everyone that there are many perpetrators that are also victims. And so from a psychological standpoint, and I should also say another unique perspective is that I've also studied the program and the effectiveness of the program, and it's a good program. And it is helping a lot of children, both who you would deem the perpetrator and the victim. The thing is, with the program, one of the most effective interventions for the program is the psychotherapeutic intervention and the skills training intervention. The children, both victim and perpetrator, need someone that's empathetic. I think it was mentioned previously by the psychologist, someone that's trained in trauma counseling, because literally you can do some significant damage. You know, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And so if you're not trained, you can leave them even more damaged than prior to coming into the program. And I do agree the program it's 6 weeks, but what I like about the program is, as a psychologist, if you represent and advocate for that child, saying, listen, they still need more assistance, the program is not turning them away, and I think everyone should know that. The program isn't just saying, okay, well, you got your six sessions, so you can just go now. That's not how it is. Something else that I like about the program, from my perspective, is that it incorporates now the parents and the community. Very important. So now the parents have to do individual parenting sessions, which is very important, because when you have a child, you're sending them right back into the situation that they came out of. You're sending them back to the school that they're being bullied or that they're being influenced in a negative way. So it's very important that you also fix that trifactor, homeschool community. And I like that about the CDP. Parents are now having to do individual parenting sessions, and then you also have to do group workshops, group parenting sessions. So now you're getting to hear from other parents that may be experiencing what you're experiencing. They can encourage each other, and of course that goes a long way than just working with the child. So that's something that I definitely like. The children, having spoken to the children, the parents, they have said, listen, and I'm quoting a parent, one of the best things that ever happened to my picnic is the Child Diversion program. and it's actually in the study. She said that. She said she can now speak to her child. She can hug her child. Her child comes home. So that reintegration into the family, dealing with the family dynamics, reintegration into the community, the Child Diversion program does that. And it's something that's, you know, we should applaud them for that. That's very good.
You know, I need more energy for that. You know, I need more energy for that.
A lot of the times it's just looking at the individual, but now incorporating everyone, and so that's good. And so they have spoken about being better able to manage their emotions, being able to make better decisions for themselves, doing better in school. If you look at the interventions that the officers bring to the committee, you know, interventions is not just psychotherapeutic, but it's also substance abuse, whether they are having a substance abuse issue. So it's sending them working with National Council on Drug Abuse. There's also the Women's Center. I'm working with someone right now, she's 17, she's at the Women's Center, and she's a victim. And then there's also skills training and mentorship. And they love the mentorship program. I know that there was an ad the other day looking for more mentors, and I really do hope that, you know, even though you work with them, you know, they need, and you know what they do need? They need more men mentors. They really do. The boys need help. So I'm counting down, but yes, so that's from my perspective, not only as a psychologist, but someone that actually works with the program. It's an excellent program. There's a lot of room to grow within the program. You know, just being able to be a little bit more cohesive and staying in contact. The parents were saying that they wish that they could gain more access to some of the officers, and, you know, and they're saying, don't just look at my child. Come into my community, and because my child is getting help, but there are so many children in the community that need the same help that my child has. So, of course, we would love to expand it, but I'll leave that up to you. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, and thank you for that layered approach, simply because you have unique perspectives and you're looking at very different vantage points. I think what is very important from what you just said is a lot of the times we hear about initiatives and programs and campaigns, and I think we become so apathetic and even skeptical and cynical as citizens that we go, yeah, no, them done bad a morning, so they don't now go come good at night. And I think it's really nice when you can hear feedback from family members, from parents, from children, from community, saying, I actually see the difference, because it really does mean that once the village becomes a part of the rehabilitation and the restoration, anything is possible. And I think it was Dr. Gale who also said that if we had people just investing actively, we literally saw the percentage increase where these children were no longer even interested in gangs and gang violence. So I thank you so very much for your unique perspective. You mentioned skills as being a part of it. I'm going to head across to Mrs. Hyacinth Blair, Senior Director, Child Affairs and Policy Division, Child Diversion, Rehabilitation, Restoration. From where you sit, what you see, what you know, give us some insight in your 5 minutes.
Okay. I think Dr. Gale this morning really showed us where education sits in the whole spectrum. Had it been that the system was working as it should, then we wouldn't have so much of our young people getting into needing diversion, so to speak. So as it is now, we really, child diversion really supports the ministry's focus in terms of wanting to have children in school, and so that they don't even reach a point of needing the services that is real, these critical services that is provided. As we know that the ministry, we know that there's access to education, but equal access really does not necessarily result in equity. Because you might have one school that needs so much more resource than another
for that school even to come up to halfway of where some schools are. So whilst there, we all know that all children have access to education, and you can't keep a child out of school because they didn't pay fees, etc. But as we were all brought on the page this morning as to the many supporting things that need to undergird so that that child can really access education. And so we also recognize, we have been talking about even the special need for focus on our boys. And, you know, whilst we really are grateful for the support that we get sometimes from our partners, sometimes I'm in a room and I'm the only voice, in a room in an international meeting, and I'm the only voice saying, but yes, Jamaica's problem is not the need for more support for girls, but the more support for boys. And so we have to own it. And whilst we are happy for the support, we have to now look at the fact that if you're going to support us, you support us in the area of our greatest need. The ministry in implementing the trend, transforming education, yes, we are putting focus on boys. However, there is a need for the systematic change to really, so whilst we have pockets of focus, it is not really a whole system change in terms of addressing the need to specially emphasize or focus on how we would teach boys and how we would treat with boys in the education system. So whilst we are focusing, there are some programs that are focusing on it. However, it needs to be something that is more systematic and wide scale and is adopted by everyone, because that is where a lot of our problems are. In terms of diversion, it really sits at a critical stage in a child's life, because the child is at the verge of either going north or south. And so it is really, really important that they be given the opportunity for a second chance. We do have a program within the ministry that is executed through the Youth Innovation Center, but that is the one especially that is in St. James, where children who are at risk, children who might be suspended from school or at risk of being expelled, they are referred to the center. And so the intervention happens there, where they would have to go through some program and some intervention, and upon report from the center, they would be readmitted. So instead of going to home on a suspension to sit down, they would be mandated to go through some special program that would assist them and treat with the issues that they present with so that they can be reintegrated into school.
Thank you so very much. I've always wondered, whenever we spoke about suspension, there were students who always used to tell me that suspensions were vacations because the parents go to work and you're at home and you're unsupervised. And so the question, even for us as students, were always, how come these teachers and these principals always threaten with suspension as if that's a bad thing? Whereas now you're looking at how do we take that dead time, that time that they're really not doing anything and may not always be learning from the mistakes they've made, and how do we turn that and maximize and optimize that time, which I thought was actually very genius. Thank you for that. I move across to the lone man on the stage, young gentleman on the stage. He is Joshua Smith, VP for National Secondary Students Council. So happy to have you here on the panel. We've been speaking about boys. We heard about men empowerment before. We've heard that, yes, it is okay to have our women empowerment and get behind our girls. But we saw the numbers and we underestimate how much our boys are affected. And so we're actually very happy to have quite the example. Do you see how many pins? Do you see how many pins? Joshua, thank you for being here. You are hearing the conversation around child diversion, the fact that they deserve second chances,
that sometimes they're just trying to figure out life and they are being influenced, and probably where you sit, you've been in front of other students, you've interacted and interfaced with other students who are struggling to figure out their morality and their compass. What do you think about Child Diversion, the initiative, and just as a youth and your perspective, do you say yay, or we still have some more work to do? What say you?
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
So, first of all, I say yes. It is an amazing initiative, and I commend all the organizations, agencies responsible for it. Because when we think of child diversion, you think of alternative ways in which how to curve the pathway for the youth. Now, throughout this forum, boys, males have been mentioning, right? And it's an important thing because a couple years ago, the topic was females, right? And equal rights and social and feminism. But now we see where it has sort of shifted and the males are being marginalized. And that has caused a ripple effect through the society. So, for example, you have a male or a boy, say he's under 18, and somewhere along the lines that youth has been misguided or had the wrong influence and they've committed an offense. Now, instantly, society judges that person and looks at them and says, you know, say if you go to prison or if you get locked up or something. But we don't spend time to actually get to the root cause of it. And the topic or the point would be rehabilitation over punitive measures, right? Because not everything needs a big stick over your head, right? Sometimes if we actually spend the time to sit down and understand and comprehend where that child is coming from, it will go a long way instead of just putting them in some jail cell or locking them up, because sometimes that doesn't work. And I lead back to the suspension thing where students believe that a suspension is a vacation. And it's true, because I don't want to talk bad about my school now, but I've heard it at my school, right? And boys are saying, Chairman, suspension, I don't know, just got 3 days rest and come back, right? And there's a stereotype that, okay, 3 days suspension, all right, I just go on the road or go mob bay and take a break and come back the next day, right? And it doesn't prove to be effective, right? And what we really want is change and a pathway to youth empowerment, right? That is what we're talking about. And if we're looking at youth empowerment, we have to look at ways in which we actually can change the outcome or can manipulate the desire that we want as a society. So we now have to look at measures that actually are effective, right? Rather than punitive measures, rehabilitation and restorative justice, right? And that has been coming out a lot in this forum, restorative justice. So when we think of restorative justice, we think of mediation, we think of giving that person community service, or even offender-victim dialogues to discuss really ideas or a plan where we can reintegrate that youth back into society, where they can be proven to be positive on their community and to society on a whole, right? Right. So we now have to look at the ways in which we want to go and ways in which we want to achieve to get the desired outcome that we want. And another point I want to touch on before I hand over the mic, because I've often been told I can talk a lot. But, you know?
Very quickly.
It's called individualized support, right? Because leading back to males, a lot of the times, males can feel as if they have no one to turn to or no one to talk to, right? And that has been proven a big issue in our society, especially in Jamaica. And I can speak for Jamaica because I live in Jamaica, right? But we now need to understand that sometimes all a person needs is a lending hand or a shoulder to lean on, because to discuss whatever they're going through. And I know it can be a skeptical topic to talk about, because Dr. Officer Dillon, I was speaking with her earlier in the lunchroom, and we're talking about females and males and how mental health in men is often unrecognized. You know, because sometimes a man can be going through so much, right? And society treats it as nothing, because we feel as if men should be this tough figure.
They should man up.
And it's like we're not humans. We don't have feelings too, but we do have feelings, and we go through the same thing. But you know, society looks at it as if, you know, it's nothing. And sometimes, as Dr. Dillon was saying, if a man should go to a female, that female would say to that man, brother, you're a man, you know, you're for man up, you're a girl, right? And the same thing for the men, because you have some men. I might have my brethren that I think I could talk to, and I am expressing my emotions to him and my feelings, and he look at me and say, yo, yeah, what? Yeah, a girl or something, brother, tough that out, man, yeah, man, right? And now I will look into myself and say, boy, there's really no one to turn to. So that issue can now lead to the root cause of why we do certain things.
And internalized issues.
Right.
All right. Thank you so very much, Joshua Smith. The man say, you give me 5 minutes, watch me use and eat up these 5 minutes. Alyssa, hear about Casey, you hear that? You hear that? I'm moving across, and it's just so nice. It's very nice to hear young voices, because I think what tends to happen is we underestimate, one, their level of comprehension. We underestimate their ability to participate and to actively use their voices. We assume because they're young, they're stupid. Or we assume because they're young, they don't understand. And yet still, he sat here and he explained with clarity and context and brevity what he's experiencing and what his other peers are experiencing. And so let this be an example, even as we go and we do other conferences, that we don't just speak about the youth, but we have them at the table, on the platforms, with the mics, and a part of the conversations actively. So thank you very much for that. UNICEF, Alyssa, you came, you brought your greetings. You sit here as a child protective officer, which means many things. Where you sit in your office, you and your colleagues have seen children as victims. You've seen children as perpetrators. A lot of times it's emotional, it's anger, it's wrath, it's revenge. It's a lot of things. And then we have this diversion initiative where you sit, 5 minutes, set the tone so that we can understand what it is you see or what your perspective is.
Thank you for that question. When I take a moment to compare Jamaica, which we like to do, to what already exists, because the Child Diversion program is relatively new, and you want to ensure that you are on par with international standards and all that is to be done. It is widely acknowledged that child diversion is the preferred approach for dealing with children who are in conflict with the law. And this is so because child diversion has been proven to have significant benefits on children, families, and the wider society as a whole. Earlier in his presentation, the minister spoke about the challenges that we're currently having with expungement of records. Child diversion prevents the creation of criminal records. It reduces the rate of recidivism, and it avoids altogether detention trauma that children go through. And so in the spirit of comparing and showing what works, because we like to know that when we're implementing something, we're not just implementing for the sake of implementing, we're piggybacking or building something that works. And I'd like to share just a few comparative situations with you from different regions. We have in South Africa and Kenya, for example, they have incorporated child diversion programs, and they focus on education, life skills, and counseling to ensure that children are rehabilitated and not criminalized. In South Africa, a place that has on record been recorded, so to speak, as one of the most violent areas with a 60 to 70% recidivism rate, which is reoffending. They have found that in that same region, children who go through the diversion program are at a significantly less rate of reoffending. So it's significantly less for children who go through the diversion program. And if I may, since we are speaking and highlighting boys as we should, I would like to share a story from UNICEF Mongolia that reported on a young man that successfully went from detention, diversion, and redirection. His name is relatively unpronounceable to me. But at the time of the report, he was 17 years old, and so he was speaking reflectively. And he, at the time, was seen as a very troubled young man. He was very violent. He was very, quote-unquote, rude, hot-tempered, not taking advice from adults, not interested in going to school, involved in substance abuse. That would have started at around 15 years old. However, what started prior to that, at 10 years old, was that his parents, both his parents, left him and his younger siblings with his grandparents, and then left that region to go work somewhere else that was further away. And then a few years after that, the grandfather died. And so that put a lot of pressure on him. And so he would have reported that during that period of time, he felt completely lost. He felt as though he had no purpose. He could not find his bearings, and so he reached out for what was readily available, which was friends. And they weren't the best influences in his life, but they were enough for what he needed in that moment. And it so happened that one of these get-togethers that they had, it led to a fight, and he wound up robbing a young man of his cell phone and his money. He was detained for 2 weeks before a 3-month investigation started. And remember, at this point, he's basically on his own. It wasn't until there was intervention from a juvenile justice committee coordinator that, I suppose, by being in the area and having just some whiff of his backstory, decided to intervene and reached out to parents, his parents, who thankfully, even though they were away, were willing to come back and participate in the diversion program. And in that side of the world, they take a more restorative justice approach to their diversion program, which ensures that children take accountability, but also gives them the opportunity to repair the harm through community service and victim reconciliation. But another important aspect of their diversion program was incorporating parenting counseling sessions. And so by bringing in the parents, they were able to strengthen the family relationship between that young man and his parents, who then realized the effect that their absence had on their children in general. And so his support system grew, and it expanded beyond the negative influences that he had because of the intervention of child diversion. And so now, at the point at which he was giving his report, he was enrolled in university pursuing his bachelor's degree because he was properly diverted from the trajectory that he was on before.
Thank you for sharing that. DSP, you've been called officer, doctor, professor. I mean, I've never seen someone go through so many different titles in one event alone. But you sit there as Deputy Superintendent of Police, and I'm sure you have so many different types of cases and examples that you can give where minors, children, wrong place, wrong time, some actual perpetrators. But we've spoken about the second chance. We've spoken about not wanting them to have something on their record that could taint them for the rest of their life, where they literally become the person who we've labeled them to be. Based on where you sit, based on conversations and interactions, child diversion. Effective, work to do, any barriers, any gaps you see?
Oh, Lord. For us, the JCF on a whole, the child diversion program is a miracle that happens. I have been working with young people since 2010. And in all my years of service, and I have over 30, in the Jamaica Constabulary Force, and I've been working with young persons since 2006. And we have had a number of children who find themselves in conflict with the law, who find themselves before the courts. Many of them are not bad kids, but then we have no system at the time to ensure that we, you know, kind of pull them back. So whilst Community Safety and Security Branch, that I've always been a part of, try to ensure that we divert them. At the time, we were just doing what we ought to have done as police officers. But since the program came into being, through the Safe School unit and the Police Youth Club, we have been able, because we are in the school and we are dealing with children up front, we are able to refer a number of them to the program. There are some of them who, if we did not refer them, they probably would have been locked up because they went out there and they have sex and they have kids, and the girl, mother or father said, look here, this child needs to go to jail because he can get my child pregnant and can't go back to school. And so the Child Diversion program for us work wonders so that we can, instead of criminalizing the action of a child, and we know that as children we all do some little stupid things, but there is a system in place to work with that. And for us, that's good for us, because ourselves and the Ministry of Justice, through the Child Diversion program, of which we have members who sit on the various committees, and the restorative justice centers right across, we have been able, you know, to kind of pull back and help young people to maximize their potential, because we understand that they always make mistakes. None of us are immune from that. We always make mistakes, but it's how we deal with them. And I want to wrap up by sharing something. I had a young man in our youth empowerment program. He came on the program and the camp, and we didn't know that he was a scammer. Two of them, and both of them had a hit on each other's head. They came to the program with us as police officers, and we were fearful because they are from the West, right? And let me tell you something. One of them, we were able to save that one through the program. He's now a graduate of the Maritime University, because we were able to help him through the diversion program. He had no mother and father. We had to send him to school. And Dr. Charles may know of retired DCP, Novelet Grant. She was very instrumental in that. And so the program worked for us, and we can ensure that our young people, no matter how many mistakes, as long as they don't take up the gun and shoot anybody, we can help them. Because it is not right to criminalize a child when they make some mistakes that they can recover from. And it's all about empowering our youth to be their better version of themselves.
I appreciate that, and the idea of recovery. I think you have humanized the situation. I think when you sit outside, and I represent someone who does not work in the field, I am not interfacing, and so being a citizen on the outside, it is very easy to sit back and to judge, regardless of their age. You know, they should know better. What kind of foolishness? They need to learn. They need to go on. But I think what you've done is you've been able to not only humanize and to remind us that they're really just children, but the fact that recovery is possible. So the question I now have for Ms. Clark is, we've heard about initiatives being implemented, and we heard Alyssa Allen say it. You don't just want to implement things just for the sake of implementing and just checking off a box. How do we, in this program, measure, monitor, target, check, re-evaluate, reassess, redefine, refine, go again? What does that look like? And where do you see there might still be gaps, which is totally understandable, or new learnings that we can implement other things?
Okay, so Mr. Smith, Joshua, he mentioned the need for individualized programs, interventions, and that is something that we do. So for each child in the program, they have an individualized diversion program, right? And what this is, it's just something that stipulates what this child will be required to do for them to successfully complete the program. While they're in the program, once it is approved by the committee, the child diversion officer in the assigned parish monitors the progress throughout. So if they were before the court, they will provide updates to the court to say to the judge, you know, this child has been improving, they have been attending their sessions with the counselors or with whomever they're assigned to. That we continue to monitor, as mentioned before, throughout the program. We also have mentors, and I just want to plug here, Dr. Charles mentioned about the ad, but I'm inviting you all to tell someone you know to mentor a child. You know, the slogan is, help a youth take a better route, and we want them to take a better route. It's not easy, but once we have the mentors guiding them as well, they can see people who are positive role models, because sometimes they don't get that at home. So we want to provide, that is another way of us monitoring the program. And also we started recently with a tracer study, because the program is relatively new. So we wanted to give them the opportunity to go through the program fully, and then we assess where we are, what we have been doing, get the feedback from the persons who went through the program. How do you think we can improve the program? What are some of the gaps that are there? And, you know, just a suggestion, so going forward we can make better decisions for our young people.
I appreciate that. We're almost going to call this a rapid fire. I know that time is against us. Dr. Charles King, what are child psychologists, psychiatrists, counselors, social workers, what are they truly contending with? Because sometimes we really don't know. We really do not understand the magnitude of what the situation is with our children in Jamaica, what those circumstances are. And from where you sit, what recommendations do you have as professionals and as practitioners that interface with children, victims, and also perpetrators?
Well, I can tell you that one of the recommendations that I gave to the committee was a deeper understanding of the perpetrator and the victim. So the officers would create an intervention based on the offense. But as a psychologist, when I'm speaking to the perpetrator, or to who I would call the client, you'd find that if I don't go deeper, I'm not going to be able to help this child. So what the program does now is require each psychologist to do what we call a psychosocial assessment of each person, so that we can get background information on not just either the victim or the perpetrator, but family background information, past history of trauma, and if there's any substance that's involved. And so we can put together a better psychotherapeutic intervention for that child. Because, as I said earlier on, most of these children go back to the trauma. They go back to violence in their communities and at school, especially at school. And so the intervention has to be tailored around their life. And then the follow-up has to be tailored around their life. And so I do find that, and what wasn't mentioned is that they also do instrumental clinical testing, just to see the Beck's instruments also used, so we can see what, just what their self-esteem is like, how they feel about themselves, about their family, if they're depressed. And so again, just personalizing that intervention also works. So it's not just seeing a child and saying, let me do this. No, we're also guided by clinical instruments.
Fantastic. Thank you so very much. There was conversation, and Nikisha Barnes, who also spoke about all these different agencies, organizations, all speaking. We're speaking about children. We're speaking about behavioral issues. We understand that education touches justice, touches health, touches social. Quite a lot of portfolios and ministries are involved. How do we look at child diversion and how we can help to prevent, and this is to Blair, how do we look at where child diversion sits, and how do we use that to help with policy as we look at education? A lot of the times, as was mentioned earlier, we see the children in schools and we're able to refer them, we're able to recommend them. How are we using the information to help form even more policies as it relates to children?
Okay, we have, the words joined up government and whole of government approach has been around quite a while, and we have all used it. And this is what it's really necessary to make it as effective as possible, because the Ministry of Education and Youth really, skills, ministry, has responsibility for children and youth. And whilst the major responsibility is really towards education, we see where education really forms the basis of society. In terms of a policy perspective, there's currently in place a national plan of action for an integrated response to children and violence. And within the framework of that plan, there are technical working groups that are poised, that work with every area of the child. So there's a policy, there is data, there's communication, all of that. But the challenge is that it's not known about enough, it's not resourced enough, and it's not really doing what it can do. So when we talk about having persons together, the persons are already in place in a lot of the instances where the technical expertise are already in place, because these committees are in place and they're available and they're equipped with really the best minds across not just the public sector, but NGOs also are a part of it. But and so we really have to work on having clear, articulated policy. For instance, we have the reintegration of school-age mothers into the school system, and teenage mothers, rather, into the school system. And because that policy is in place, the issue we have of a child getting back into school, we no longer have that issue because the schools are mandated to take them back. They may not go to the same school for obvious reasons, but there is a place for them in schools. And therefore, we need clear, articulated policy in terms of when our boys or girls come out of a juvenile institution, there must be a clear pathway for that child to get back. Because let's face it, they're coming back into society. They're coming out 17 and under. There must be a clear pathway for them to be reintegrated into a school, into a training system. The same way we have the mothers getting back into school, that needs to be done. And while some work has started with our ministry and the Ministry of National Security, it's not going fast enough and it's not completed, but that has to be addressed.
Noted. Thank you very much. 3 more questions and then I'll take any questions if the audience has any. Joshua, you sit as VP for National Secondary Students Council. We realize that it takes a village. We realize that government can't do it all. JCF can't do it all. Our psychologists, our counselors, they can't do it all. That we require mentors, but mentors don't necessarily mean older people. A lot of the times we require peer mentors, mentors who are actually colleagues. Based on your role as VP for National Secondary Students Council, do you see, and you can let me know if this already exists, but do you see area or room that there can be even more mentorship or mentorship programs within the secondary schools? And if it is already happening, kindly share very briefly what it is you guys are doing.
All right, so to answer your question, yes, it's already happening, but what we would love is for it to happen in every single school. Because I know of schools personally who have the system where you have what's called peer counselors, right? So you have student counselors and you have peer counselors. A student counselor can also act as a peer counselor because oftentimes, rather than a child coming to an adult or going to a teacher, they might not feel comfortable expressing, what is going on, but their friend, in their friend groups or their peers, they might feel comfortable. So they rather go to that peer or that friend and just talk about whatever is going on with them. So, and you mentioned a really important topic, which is mentorship. I do and strongly believe that mentorship is needed for everyone. Because as humans, we think that we know it all. And especially when we go to school and we learn and we get our A's and we feel like we're the smartest thing and nobody can tell you nothing, right? But it's not so, because we don't know it all. There's so much things that we don't know. And that's where mentorship has come in. And something my dad always say, because guilty as charged, I too feel like I know it all sometimes. And I sometimes like to tell my parents, but it's not so it go, it's so it go. And
you are all of what, 17?
I'm 17.
Okay, fantastic.
Yes, but my dad always say, you don't know it all. And I am talking from an experienced point of view, right? So when people have experience, we often should listen and learn. Right. So mentorship for youth especially, and especially in child diversion, is important, and it's most important because it allows that child or that youth to relate and to understand what you're doing is not the right way, and to lean them towards the right path that you want them to go on. And that comes through mentorship and mentorship programs and being able to talk to somebody, feel comfortable. So peer counselors, student counselors, or just anybody you feel comfortable, right? And somebody
I don't mean to interrupt you. Do these counselors, peer counselors, and student counselors, do they also have resources? So, for example, we know there are many different agencies and numbers and emails. Do you guys have a nice bank or directory for all of those that we can also give to
Yes,
to
we
students?
do. So the ministry, they compile a list of all the schools. So we have contact information for the schools. And regionally and locally, we have contact directly with the presidents of the respective student councils, so we can reach out, and if they have an issue that they feel like it's too big for them to handle, they can reach out to us, which is regional or national level. And if we can't deal with it, then we reach out to the ministry, right, and seek further professional help, right? So yes, we do.
Put them so more organized and they're so, you hear what's going on, right? Look like we need to go and consult with the national. So yeah, we need to consult with the youth. Thank you for that. Very quickly, I'm coming to you, Alyssa. Child Protective Services. I know a lot of the times based on what you see, there might be some people who argue that it might make more sense for us to fight crime and prevent crime than helping to divert offenders, taking the time, the energy, the resources to divert offenders instead of actually preventing crime. Based on where you sit, what you've seen, the reports you've seen, do you get a universal approach? What say you?
I appreciate that question for many reasons. Because the reality is there's a bit of tension between the general perception of the need for punishment, or let me choose my words carefully, for correction to be exclusively punitive as opposed to rehabilitative. And that is really the source of the pushback as it relates to child diversion, because it's not seen as a legitimate form of law enforcement. It's seen as a softening of the law. But the reality is, based on the theme that we have today, justice without borders, if we're going to do that, we have to really acknowledge the fact that that's not just a pie-in-the-sky, unattainable goal. Justice without barriers is the foundation of a just society. And as Herbert Gale said, what does that actually mean? It means being inclusive. And if you're going to be inclusive, you have to think really deeply about how you deal with children. But not just the children who are performing the way you want them to perform. Not just the children who are behaving the way you want them to behave. It includes taking the time to deal with the best interest of a child who comes in conflict with the law. And what does that look like? Does it look like locking them up in jail? Does it look like taking a purely retributive stance? I think not. I don't think that's what our Constitution promotes. That's not what the legislation that we currently have promotes, and it's certainly not what our international obligation is. If we're going to really advocate for a justice system that is child-friendly, then we have to be willing to adjust our perception and see children not as miniature adults, but as children in need of care, protection, and to be held with their best interest at heart.
Beautiful answer. Absolutely beautiful answer. My very last question, DSP. We got a very beautiful answer, a very profound one. What's next? What is next? I know that a lot of the times when it comes to implementing initiatives and looking for areas that we can help to reintegrate persons in society, that they can then become contributors, great contributors. What's next? What else can we expect coming out of this initiative and the collaboration between all of the stakeholders?
I think for us within the Jamaica Constabulary Force, what next? Greater education of our populace. People do not buy into what they don't know about. People do not buy into what they don't understand. Our culture is one of corrective action when things go wrong. Excuse my language if I go in colloquial terms. Our culture is that if a child does something wrong, we punish them. That's our culture. How do we change culture perspective? We have to start with educating within the homes. We have to educate within communities. That is what is next. So whilst we are partners and we all understand what it is that we ought to be doing, and we are doing what we ought to do as it relates to child diversion, we must get the wider community to understand child diversion, why it is important not to criminalize young persons, why it is important for parents and communities to understand and grow a child. We have to go back to the grassroots. That is what's next for me.
DSP looked me in my eyes, and said, that is what next. Are there any questions from the floor? Very quickly, I have a question right here. We have a standing mic. Whether question or comment.
Afternoon again. I serve as a child diversion for Parish of St. Catherine, Portmore, the chairperson. I also serve there as a Minister of Religion, but I'm a JP, just at the peace. So the question I'm going to ask, we know after the children come to the 6 weeks of program, they're supposed to be dismissed, expunged, right? But recently, I got a case as a Justice of the Peace. A gentleman came to me, was in the program. His record supposed to be clean, right? But he wanted a job. And a referral from the police record office downtown to apply for expungement at the ministry. And the question I'm asking is this, based on knowledge, once they come out of the program, if they're not be reoffended, they're supposed to be all record clean. But if the knowledge, bear me witness that when they go for jobs, certain jobs, and in the application it states, were you be offended before? And stuff like that, and put yes. And their question, what is it? They're usually being turned down. I heard the Minister of Justice spoke about there's going to be some more intervention in expungement. So my thing is while he's doing that, put that on the record for these children or youth, because when they reach 18, they are going for jobs. And so put it on the record that this too can be looked at to clean record dismiss, but they don't have to be going to the record house for a police record and have to apply for an expungement after the record have been clean. That's my concern.
All right, thank you for that. Would you like to take that? It was a comment, but also a question.
Yes, just quickly to clarify. So if a child is referred to the program, any legal proceedings would be halted. So that means if they're coming from the police, and they should have a separate register what that does is allow for privacy. So it's not a case where they should have access to that data to say, oh, this child was charged, or if it was before the court, the matter would be dismissed as well. So it's not the intention of the program is to prevent that. So if a case like that happens, it might be, I would love to know the age of the child too, because I know once they're 17 and a half, I think that is when, yes, so there's a little lacuna right in that area that needs to be clarified. However, the program aims to prevent that for young people, because we know that, as we say, young people make mistakes, and we've had a number of them doing a lot of things, serving the country because they came through the program, and when the background checks were being done and so on, they were noted as upstanding young people who could serve the country as well.
And once they're expunged, do they have to declare, for example, because I think that was something, I'm assuming that once they're expunged, if they are going for an interview and they ask, have you ever offended?
Right.
If they say
yes,
no, if they say no, it's a lie.
Right.
But then if they say
yes,
it becomes an issue, but then it's been expunged. So I think that was also, how do we treat with that very blurry space of, is that a moral question? Do I say no because it's been expunged, or? Watch DSP say, mighty gosh.
For me, I think that if the record is expunged, then there's no record, and that should not be used against the person. I think many persons are very honest, and in their honesty, they say, yes, I did, however, I went through this program. And again, it goes back to education, because you have to educate our employers that if somebody commits and goes through a diversion program and the record is expunged, you cannot hold it like that, or you shouldn't hold it against them. But again, private organization, they are at will to do what they choose to do.
And they reserve the rights. Thank you so very much. I make this the last question.
It's not so much a question. Thank you very much for acknowledging me. But I just want to thank the panel and all those who participated here today, and all the information that we have received. Very, very good. I'm thinking here about child diversion, and I think, to me, there's kind of one thing missing. I'm all for the idea of it's better to prevent the problem rather than having to deal with the problem. And I think a big part of it, my hairs, as you can see, they are gray. Not that old anyway. But one of the things is that I think that a big part of the problem is the home. There's a scripture that says, train up a child in the way that he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. Yes, he may depart from it, but that which is ingrained in you, if it is well done, you'll come back to it. You'll turn back to the right way. And I think, this is something that I see I've had the opportunity to travel with my wife. She has been dealing with the National Council on Drug Abuse. And we have sessions where you have both, trying to keep children from getting into drugs. And we have parents there. And what I see is that it is the parents that really need the education. They really need to be educated how to train their children, setting them the right example. And I believe if we concentrate on that, it would greatly reduce our problem. If we can actually, in our homes, but then again, we know there are a lot of social problems. A lot of homes, just one parent. A lot of these parents are young, they got pregnant early, or whatever it might be. But nevertheless, I think there should be that aspect of whatever program we're doing to really look at the homes and what we can actually do. In our communities, I'm a pastor, so that's something we can do. In our churches, just trying to tell parents, just show them the right way. Set a right example for your children. And if we do that, I think we will be a long way in solving some of these problems. But then again, thank you. Thank our young man there for just set an example to your peers. Yes. And, I think if we do that, start in the homes, we'll be a long way in solving some of these problems.
Thank you so very much for that comment. Just a point of note, I believe it actually was stated, even with the child diversion initiative, that it's not just individualized, but
the parents get called in, the support system gets called in, then the parents now have to sit down with other parents to see how they can become better support systems. And so that is a part of the rehabilitative process. The rehabilitative process, but what I do agree with you, and I think it has to be stated here, is that the child diversion is just one thing, but the prevention will continue to be initiatives, community work, that will not stop. But we have to help who we can now, and then do the work to help prevent in the homes that we can prevent. But I think everything has to kind of work in tandem at the same time. So with that being said, thank you for participating. To my panelists, you guys have been absolutely amazing. Thank you so very much. I'm going to invite Tashana Hutchinson to make a presentation to one of our panelists. I know that DSP, I believe you already got your little token already. Is there anybody else who got a little token up here? Oh, only DSP. I'm going to invite Tashana Hutchinson to make the presentation to Ms. Clark. Or Dr. Charles King. We welcome Suzette Faulkner, who will make the presentation to Ms. Blair. Everybody wearing nice dresses today, is it? I love it. And the colors complement so well. Let me see if Peter Ann coming up in purple. No pressure. We welcome Peter Ann Morris, who will present to Sir Joshua Smith. Great example to not just students his age or teens his age, but certainly adults could learn a lot from Joshua Smith. So I invite Peter Ann Morris. The pink and the purple, I can see the compliments. There's a little bit of purple, I think, in the earrings, maybe. Kevin Edwards, I invite you to kindly make presentation to Alyssa Allen of UNICEF. We got the black on the black, what can I say? We're not doing too badly for ourselves. Let's see how this pan out with a pop of blue. What a fashionista. Thank you so very much. To my panelists, I thank you for your time. At this time, I'm just going to invite, just so that we can have an official vote of thanks, Tiffany Case, Child Diversion Officer representing the parish of Clarendon.
Thank you. So, we have one last presentation to make. Ms. Lily Smith. Yes, to Dr. Terry Carell Johnson. Thank you for being our pilot today. We appreciate you so much. You're welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. In everything, we give thanks. So I stand before you today to express my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who made this inaugural World Day of Social Justice Conference a resounding success. Under the theme, clap yourselves. Under the theme, Justice Without Barriers, Empowering Individuals and Communities for a More Inclusive Society, we gathered to challenge our thinking, spark meaningful conversations, and ignite a sense of urgency for collective action. And I think we did just that, right? We'd like to extend our sincerest appreciation to the Ministry of Justice and by extension the Social Justice Division, Miss Jamie and Siobhan. Give her a round of applause, everybody, for organizing this event and providing a platform for us to come together and discuss the important issues of social justice. Your dedication to promoting social justice and human rights is truly commendable. We are deeply indebted to our keynote speaker, Dr. Herbert Gale, whose thought-provoking address challenged our assumptions and compelled us to confront the harsh realities of social injustice. His call to reject callous hypocrisy and to be awakened to the plight of marginalized communities resonated deeply with us all. Give him a round of applause in his absence. To Dr. Figueroa, thank you for facilitating the panel discussion with such grace and intellect. The discussion brought together diverse perspectives and expertise to shed light on complex issues surrounding social justice. To our panelists, thank you for sharing your insights, experiences, and recommendations for creating a more inclusive society. Your contributions have enriched our understanding of the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. We are grateful to our UN partners and our other stakeholders and the staff, social justice staff, give yourselves a round of applause, who made this event a success. Let us remain dedicated to a more inclusive and equitable society. We extend our sincere gratitude to our Master of Ceremonies, Dr. Terry Carell Johnson, for expertly guiding us through today's event with poise and professionalism. Finally, let me thank each and every one of you. Give yourselves a big round of applause for participating in this World Day of Social Justice. Today, you join the world in highlighting a crucial aspect of our delivery of justice to all. As we move forward, let us remember Dr. Gale's word, be awakened. Let us continue to challenge our thinking, have these difficult conversations, and demand justice without barriers. Together, we can create a world that is more inclusive, equitable, and just for all. Thank you.
Give her another round of applause. Thank you so very much, Tiffany. With that being said, I just want to say thank you. I learned so much because, as Joshua Swift said, we do not know it all. We simply do not know it all. I'm privileged to have been in this space and to have learned as much as I did today. Thank you so very much. To my frontliners, those of you who interface with children and teens and adults with difficult issues and behaviors, thank you so very much for your unwavering service and dedication in the space. Jamaica cannot do anything without you. Thank you so very much, and hopefully we will see you next year or 2 years later, if it's biennial, for the next Social Justice Conference. Journeying Mercies, travel safely. Take care.